Silvergate itself is not like a crypto exchange. It's subject to different rules, meaning like similar to a bank, it doesn't need to have one-for-one customer assets on its balance sheet at any point in time. Now, I don't know how to tie those together. That was something I think he was trying to say, and I got a little lost in that line. But I think that's what the point he was trying to make is that there's a lot of it was just another uh, like point in which there was too much leverage in the system, right? So he called out like three main points of leverage. I think one was with Silvergate because they're not regulated like these other crypto exchanges. Another one he called out was with these exchanges who were printing their own token, effectively generating value out of thin air. And then I don't know what the third one is. I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, yeah,
It's been a long day, but
yeah. It's a lot of information. Oh, I've been doing this for like 12. How many hours? I don't know how many hours it's been. But if someone else, Elad or Kyle, any other points, Alex, any other points that were mentioned that you caught while we try to bring him up, Romy and the team, please bring up Top Boy. But does anyone else? Did anyone else catch any more points that I can add to the thread?
Yeah, basically, I can add on it. What he was trying to say about Silvergate is just Silvergate works as a bank under a licensing mechanism. So what he says is that there is another layer of requirement of only 10% as collateral. So basically, what happened is that for the on-ramp facilities, FTX didn't really have to have the full one-to-one collateral on the loan that they were taking. So this was just another way of them getting more funds than the amount of collateral that they had to present, as the requirement was just like in front of a bank when you, for
So
example,
you're
take a,
talking FTX took loans from Silvergate. Is that what you're saying?
they were using them as a loaning facilities for the fiat.
Okay. And then so FTX used them to get a loan and didn't have one-to-one backing for that loan?
They don't have requirement for one-to-one. Just basically like you're taking a mortgage from a bank, right? So you give a collateral as the house, let's say, that you want to buy, which that was being used as FTT tokens, for example, plus the 30% or the 20%.
Okay.
Here,
Okay,
I
we do
can
All right.
now
talk more
have
in
the
detail.
FTX
Like,
I
insider
saw.
back on
yeah.
stage.
Yeah. So FTX Top Boy, can you change your username to FTX Insider? It will be pretty. Oh, you can't do that easily on Twitter. Don't worry. Don't worry. All right.
Yo,
So
yo,
so
yo.
I'm up to. So FTT token utility was used to finance. So the utility bullshit utility was used to finance their reckless spending.
Yeah,
That was the next point.
what
What's that?
what
What's next?
what they're trying to cover here is losses within Alameda right now. Now a lot of FTX employees won't be aware or probably even know of that. That's obviously being done behind the scenes. Anybody that has sort of a traditional finance background like myself is able to see and be able to pick that up quite clearly and quite quickly of what's happening, obviously within the exchange and that. So FTT token was not, I do agree. I don't know who actually said this about the dApps and everything like that. Look, I completely support NFTs. I support every other aspect of crypto that's creating tokens for utility reasons, whether that be a DAO, whether that be an NFT, whatever that may be. I support that. But when you have an exchange that also has a trading desk attached to it and provides liquidity, right, and provides loans to the rest of the industry, okay, it's a really, really big red flag when that company then uses and creates a token that they collateralize against loans. That is where the issue happens.
yeah.
Okay, now,
In Top Way,
now,
I wanted to just add one thought on this too, and I brought it up a few times, but I think it's really important, which is that I think that trend actually started with Binance, right? And we talked about Binance having its own blockchain. And the reason layer one blockchains specifically need their own native token is because you cannot have the crypto economic security if there's no way to either reward either A, miners, or B, validators. And I think what happened was you saw exchanges like FTX point to Binance as a use case and basically saying, oh, they have it, why can't we? But yet they didn't have the layer one blockchain with the
correct.
same needs. So I think that's where the
Correct.
the whole bait and switch came from.
Correct. And obviously CZ saw through that, right? And when CZ got a whiff of what was happening, it was very easily quick for somebody like himself to be able to decipher and be like, okay, this is bullshit. I see what they're doing here, right? Which boils down to rehypothecation of funds. Now it's leverage in the system that causes a blow up. Okay. Now trading one to one is not the issue. Even if Alameda had been trading one to one, this issue would never have been so big. The issue is when, right, you involve leverage. Okay, there's an old saying, right? Ladies, liquor, and leverage is three things you don't fuck with. Okay. Now, the problem here is when you start to leverage, right, is when you start to run into issues, right? Now, Alameda was leveraging very heavily from day dot. Now, what happens within that leveraging and when you start to do that within a system that's volatile, right, and there's no, and you're lending money and money's flying around and being rehypothecated, and it's not backed by your traditional financial kind of things like credit default swaps and all of these instruments that, you know, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs uses, right, to support their loans, is, yeah, there's big money within it, but the issue is it's not supported. So any sort of volatility and small movement will completely wipe out a fund, right? It doesn't matter if you've got 50 million, right? If you've got 50 million and somebody else has 5 million and you take the same trades, right? Mathematically, you'll end up at zero at the same time, right? If you take the identical same trades, right, it doesn't matter your account size, right, relative to volume and price action, you will wind up at zero at the same time. Okay, and this is the problem with when you start to run a desk and you start to very much operate within leverage, right? Although you may make more money, right, your chances to get back to zero is the same as your average shitcoin trader that's trading $1,000 or $2,000.
So I've got the following so far, Top Boy. Rehypothecation of funds started in mid 2021. Number one. Number two, the proof of reserves did not exist and was hidden. Probably hidden is not the best word, but hidden with FTT tokens rather than one-to-one reserves.
Yeah,
FTX. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now, and then following on from that, the third one would be collateralization of FTT token, right? So now what you're seeing, right, is FTT token is being collateralized. Now, the reason why Sam went after and started to try and buy out Voyager and make deals with BlockFi, right? None of this reason was for any reason except for one. The actual money and the original client funds no longer existed, right, within the accounts. What they actually had was the FTT token. So these were defense mechanisms now to try and trade his way out of it. Okay, so what's happening now?
Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, so what's happening now, right, is, for example, Voyager's gone bankrupt, right? And Voyager owns, let's say, 420 million, right? Or 4 billion FTT tokens, right? Somebody here can get on the blockchain and confirm with me how much Voyager has. I'm pretty sure it's somewhere around the 4 billion mark worth of FTT tokens, right? When they've got this sort of amount of tokens, right, if they go into bankruptcy and they're liquidated, those tokens will be sold on the open market, which is essentially what caused the bank run with CZ, right? That's what they were trying to avoid. So Sam's movements to actually purchase Voyager, to make this deal with BlockFi for a credit line, was actually to protect the over-leveraged and collateralized FTT token, right? What he didn't want was those tokens to be liquidated on the open market, because essentially if they be liquidated on the open market, the slippage would cause his collateralized assets everywhere else to go under because they were all held by FTT token. The actual Bitcoin, Ethereum, all this was already lost through Alameda. There was none of that left. What was left was the FTT token, right? And that's the reason why.
So his attempt to buy out Voyager, and what was the other one? BlockFi?
BlockFi was another one. I mean, you can go through his 134 companies. I'm sure there was more.
Was due to fear they will sell their FTT tokens, which then will collapse the token value. And
not even out of fear. They would have been forced through liquidation of a bankruptcy court to sell those tokens, right? These were American listed companies, right? They would have been liquidated at open market through a bankruptcy court. So the problem here is, right, if Voyager gets liquidated, the first rehypothecated collateral of FTT token would be liquidated, right? Which then what happens is, okay, now the same tokens that he sent, right, for collateralization against BlockFi, against 3AC, the money that Sam Trabucco from Alameda had put into Luna, for example, right, trying to yield a 24%. Now, this is the thing, right? Alameda was trying to yield 24% through Luna, right? So where do you think the funds came from, right? They went and loaned the funds from companies such as Voyager, BlockFi, probably
say that again. Sorry.
Okay, so what happens? Okay, so what happens, right, is you've got Sam Trabucco, who stepped down just before this all blew up, sitting over and running the trading desk at Alameda. Okay, now Sam Trabucco gets hint that Luna pays out 24% APY, right? Okay, and then they get together and they think, hang on a second, we can go and loan money, right? We can go and loan money from Voyager or through Silvergate, right, at 10% or 12% APY. And then we can pump it into Luna, right? And then we can get 12% on top of our original loan. So what happens is these funds get rehypothecated, right? And then when Luna blew up, right, they can't repay to Voyager. Voyager can't repay to whoever they took the 300 million off. And this is where the collateralized problems come into play. So what ends up happening is you start to fill those gaps with FTT token, right? You try and market make FTT token. You try and sell it on to retail investors to try and get the fiat back to be able to cover the loan from the original traditional finance system that you got it from, whether that be Silvergate that holds your deposits or whether that be another banking system. So people currently are only thinking for this space as, hey, this is a crypto issue. No, you've got to remember that these companies use a fiat on-ramp, right, which is a traditional financing system that needs to have the USD to cover these instruments. And the problem is because they're all operating through the same bank and operating on the same network, they're rehypothecating those funds between the entities that they own. In this case with Sam, 134, right? The actual original traditional finance bank only keeps 10% of those reserves. They're not keeping the 100% that comes in, right? They've got their own gig to play. They've got their own sort of, regulations that they follow, which is only 10% of reserves, right? And even some banks keep less, right? They're only required by law to keep 3%, right? So what ends up happening is these banks then are moving funds out, presuming that within the crypto economy is keeping a one-to-one, when what's actually happened is they've rehypothecated it that many times that 1 billion's probably turned into 10, right, within the system. What we can
Hey,
see is
Top
that.
Boy,
Sorry.
one question on this too. Sorry, because Mario and I were talking. We just want to make sure we have our heads wrapped around it. Which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
how does Terra Luna play into this? Because obviously, if this started as early as 2021, right? They obviously found a way to extend runway by at least a year, and now we had the Fed, with quantitative tightening. But to me, a major event was this $60 billion blow up of the Terra Luna ecosystem, right? So my question would be, how does this play into that? Because I understand the wanting to go after Voyager to prevent the dumping of FTT, but where does Terra Luna fit in? Did FTX have any involvement, on the other side of like impact on Terra Luna blowing up? And on the flip side, once it did happen, did they have a huge hole, and that's what caused them to have to, lever up even more and lean even more into this FTT game they were playing?
You're muted, Top Boy. I muted you because you had background noise when Alex was speaking, so you got to unmute. Top Boy, you got to unmute, bro. Just go on your phone and unmute. I muted you. Apologize. By the way, the team is.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, good. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Can you clarify that
sorry.
point, please, bro?
Yeah. So what I'm saying, right, is okay. Now how Luna fits into this, right, is you've got Voyager around this same time giving out loans to institutions, right? That's collateralized against cryptocurrency, right? Now you've also got FTX, which is involved in this. Okay. Now you've got Three Arrows, for example, that is a hedge fund, right? And they look at Luna and they're like, wow, 24% yield. Yes, please. Okay. So what they do is they then go and they take a loan out for 300 million. Right? They give it to 3AC, right? Now 3AC then goes and puts it into Luna for their 24%.
Oh, sorry.
Okay?
So again, who took that first loan? He's saying, I think Voyager took the loan.
Yeah. Okay. So look. So what happens, right, is Voyager goes and takes a loan, right? Okay, because they're providing collateralized debt to companies, right? So what they do is they go and take a loan, okay, and 3AC approaches them and says, hey, we want 300 million, and they say, yeah, that's cool. Okay, so they give them 300 million. Now that 300 million Voyager has probably collateralized against FTT token, for example, right, which they've received from Sam during.
So the same, and that money is the same money they loaned from they borrowed from Luna.
No. Okay, all right. Let's just start it.
Because you're talking about the Anchor protocol, right? Like everybody
Yeah.
was going up to 20% APY that was built on Terra Luna, which was Anchor protocol. So everybody wanted that APY basically.
Yeah, correct, right? Okay, so let's work backwards from that. So 3AC says, hey, I want to put some money in this, right? So 3AC goes to Voyager and says, hey, I want 300 million, right? Because they're thinking 20%, right? I'm going to be able to skim, a nice $60 million a year out of this, okay? So they go to Voyager and they take the 300 million, right? Now the 300 million from Voyager, Okay, now Voyager all of a sudden says, okay, right, I need to go and get some more money. Okay, I've got this shitload of FTT tokens sitting around because we borrowed some money to Sam that he collateralized against us. We're going to go and collateralize this to be able to get the money to give to 3AC. Right now, what ends up happening is the original FTT token held a value that Sam had denominated to it, right? And he had sold it on the open market for. So what ends up happening is now these funds are rehypothecated through to 3AC, okay? And then 3AC puts it into Luna, right? And then what ends up happening is they've got some money left over, right? And Alameda says, hang on a second, right? We need to get some money as well, right? So they go to 3AC and say, hey, we'll give you 12% per annum for what you've got there, right? And they're diversifying their portfolio. They're like, all right, we'll give Alameda some, right? Then Alameda goes and dumps it back in Luna as well without them realizing. Okay, so all of a sudden, what you've got is you've got a bunch of people that are running hedge funds and trading desks that are investing in the same bullshit platform and the same bullshit protocol that eventually is going to dump with all of their money that they're all loaning from the same person, and they're backing with the same collateral that's spinning around the ecosystem. Okay, now anyone that works within treasury or liquidity within an exchange, understands how this happens, right? Because of the transfers within US equities, for example, you've got your T2 settlement, you've got these brokers and clearinghouses that actually sort this out. The problem is when you're dealing with crypto exchanges, there's no regulatory middleman, right? The money's moving from exchange to exchange, right? So it's very simple to be able to rehypothecate funds, right? Keep them on your balance sheet, send them to somebody else, but keep them on their balance sheet and not show a proof of reserves. So the big blow up happened is when everybody got into Luna, everybody started borrowing money to 3AC. 3AC borrowed it back to FTX. This money got circulated between each other so many times that when that blew up, all of a sudden, right, original money that may have left through the loan companies, whether it be Voyager, Silvergate, may have been $1 billion. By the time it hit Luna, right, it had been rehypothecated and run through FTT and etc. That now you're sitting on $4 or $5 billion that doesn't actually exist, right, with its fiat deposits sitting back in Silvergate. And that's the big problem there. And that's the unwind that you're seeing across the industry.
This is fucking insane. This is insane. Were you listening to my show yesterday?
Nah.
Bro, man, I wish I was gonna ask you how the fuck you knew all this shit and you're sitting there listening to us trying to decipher everything. Man, I asked Alex and I asked another team member to kind of sum up what you said in a sentence, and they start doing it. But there's just so many layers to it. It's like Alex explains it as, quote, it's like a giant circle jerk. So I want to try to add a sentence to the thread about this, other than what I wrote, because it's just I wrote it was too complex, and other than, quote, it's a giant circle jerk. How would you summarize it in just one sentence for the thread? How can I say 3AC, Voyager, Alameda, all borrowed money?
It's probably super confusing with people, and I've been on the piss tonight, so I'm probably like a bit half tamed, right? So to break it down for everybody, right? The problem here is what ends up happening, right? Is the initial fiat on ramp, right? Fiat on ramp comes in. Okay, people are swapping money for cryptocurrency, whether that be FTT token, BTC, ETH, it doesn't matter, right? You're swapping your hard-earned USD and you're swapping it for cryptocurrency within these exchanges. That's where the link gets broken, right? What the exchange is now doing is the exchange is going, right? And there's no proof of funds. What the exchange is now doing is the exchange is taking your money, using it to collateralize loans, right? They're using it to send money to market makers, to hedge funds, right? And they're sending it around.
This one I all got it. This one I all got it. But then the circle jerk between Three Arrows, Voyager, and Alameda. How would I summarize that one for the retail audience to understand? So 3AC, Voyager, and Alameda jerked each other off. No, I just doesn't. I did say some other simple way of explaining it, like borrowed from each other, over leveraged together.
Yeah, okay. So let's say, for example, right, so Sam has an interest within Voyager because they have FTT token, right? Now, all of a sudden, Voyager needs, right, 3AC comes to Voyager and says, hey, I want a 300 million loan, right? So then Voyager comes back to Sam and says, hey, I need 300 million bucks, right? And Sam says, okay, you give me $300 million worth of collateral, all right? Now, they put up whether it be BTC, FTT token, whatever, okay? Sam sends them the money. Okay. Now, what ends up happening is they send it on to 3AC. They keep it on their balance sheet. Sam has it on his balance sheet, and now 3AC has it on their balance sheet as well, right? Because it's an asset. Debt is still an asset. Okay, so they keep it on there and they say, hey, we've actually got 300 million, right? But what happens is there's only 300 million worth of FTT or Bitcoin or Ethereum to actually collateralize that instrument. Okay, but what's happened is they all keep it on their balance sheet as an asset, and it's now been passed through 3 separate hands. 3AC now goes and dumps it within Luna. Okay, and now it's sitting within Luna, but it's sitting on 3 different balance sheets. Now, what happens when Luna goes collapsed, right? When Luna collapses, right, they can't repay the money back to 3AC. 3AC can't repay it back to Voyager, and Voyager can't repay it back to Sam, right? So what ends up happening is Voyager has to claim bankruptcy. Okay, 3AC claims bankruptcy, right? And now Sam's left with a big hole within his balance sheet because that money's never come back and it doesn't exist. So what ends up happening is he now has to go to someone like Voyager, right? Because he's sitting on FTT token as the collateral for that original loan. And he has to now go and purchase Voyager because if they start to unwind the balance sheet through bankruptcy court on Voyager, right, and they dump his FTT token, right, his 300 million that he originally received that covered the client's funds he gave out is now maybe worth 100 million. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got it. All right, so I've got a good way to summarize it. So I've got a lot of fucking points, man. That thread is the media's gonna love this fucking thread. So thanks for sharing it. All right, so let's see. So I've got a lot of points here. Let me add this last one. All right, bro. So I've got this one. What's the next one? Do you have any more?
What have I given you so far? I've given you.
Let me tell you. I'll read it out to you. I'll read it out to you just to refresh for the audience, because the audience, you're not only getting a lot of crazy shit. Let me write continued. Fucking hell, bro. You know, I'm trying to understand all this on 6 coffees and another marathon of 20 hours, whatever space.
You're a weapon. You're a weapon.
No, bro, you're drunk in explaining this. You said you're on the piss, so.
No, I've been on the piss for about 6 hours, but I logged onto Twitter and I saw it. I'm like, fuck, I should get in here because people are only taking one kind of like direction at this, and I think they miss the fiat on ramp is super important, right? The actual money, because anybody that's out there, and I feel sorry for you, right? I lost close to 3 million within this kind of mess myself, right? So
shit, man, sorry.
No, it's all good. Shit happens, right? I'll earn it back.
Hold on. What do you mean, all good? How much money do you fucking have?
Hey?
No, joke. I was gonna say, how much money do you have? Because some people lost like a lot less and they're fucking distraught. But I'm sorry for your loss, man.
It's all relative, mate. It's all relative, right? If someone loses $1,000 and that's all they have, then it's
100%.
just as much pain as losing 3 million if that's all you have, right? So it's all relative, and everybody shares the same pain. Money's just a figure, but So keep going. So you've got
So I'll tell you. Yeah, rehypothecation of funds started in mid 2021. Number one. Number two. The proof of reserves did not actually exist. And I tried to really simplify, and Twitter obviously has a limit of characters, to really simplify it in the tweet so people understand. So let me see how people saw the tweet. You have 100,000 people already saw the tweet. It's been a few minutes. So it's good on you, man. Number two, the proof of reserves did not exist and were hidden with FTT tokens rather than having one-to-one backing. Number three, FTX illegally used their funds. When I said illegally, it's because they used customer funds, user funds, but instead of explaining it, I just said illegally used user funds to convert to fiat and pay for advertising and political donations. Next one, FTT token, quote-unquote, utility was used to finance their reckless spending, collateral. FTX, next one, FTX was used to cover for significant losses at Alameda. So Alameda essentially used FTX as a piggy bank, which we all know. Now, next one, Alameda was leveraging from day dot. So they've been doing this for a long time. Next one, SBF. So Sam's attempt to buy out Voyager and BlockFi was not him being a hero, but as him, I didn't write that in the tweet, but I'm just kind of adding to it, was because they were going to sell their FTT tokens, bankruptcy proceedings, collapse the value of FTT, and cause FTX to collapse from leverage because they used it as collateral. And next one, the last one is your circle jerk, which is 3 Arrows, Voyager, and Alameda over-leveraged with bullshit collateral that was rehypothecated across all 3 balance sheets, collapsing Luna. And I put in brackets, too complex to break down. You have to listen to this shit. So that's what I have so far, man. Is there more shit?
And there's probably only one thing left there, and that's the fiat on ramp that everybody's using.
The Silvergate one, yeah?
Yeah, which boils down to Silvergate. Now Silvergate holds the deposits, right, for the actual cash, and that's probably a big thing. Now they're a public company. They have been releasing statements saying they only had 10% exposure on their $11 billion balance sheet. which is around about $1.1 billion.
Alex, just quickly, Alex, can you do this Silvergate one? Can you try to break it down and do a quick summary of it?
Yeah, I'll try to take it out on the side.
All right. So Alex will write this one out. So let's go again. So Silvergate was a publicly listed bank, and they provide on-ramp and off-ramp for multiple exchanges. Not only they do it for Crypto.com, for FTX, for who else? Just a few names.
Kraken, Gemini, Huboy, and they did it for Binance, but Binance left them maybe around about 12 months ago. Okay. So they pretty much do it for everybody, right? Any big player. Now, the problem here is this is the fiat off-ramp. Now, they've done about $1 trillion in the past 12 months worth of payment processing, right? So they've processed $1 trillion worth of money coming in and coming out of crypto digital asset exchanges. Now, the problem I have here is they said they only had 10% exposure on their $11 billion asset balance sheet. Okay, they released this in the 10K. Anybody can go look it up. It's on the SEC website, right? They're a bank. They have to obviously provide this information. Now they only have to hold 10%, right, of an equity to reserve ratio, right, a collateral ratio of 10%. Okay, now the issue here, right, is if they're only holding 10% of their $11 billion balance sheet, they're holding $1.1 billion, right? Yet they're servicing every exchange. So the issue here now is how much money was pulled out that was rehypothecated through FTT, etc., and sold. How much was pulled out through the fiat off ramp, and how much is actually there to be able to support a full bank run, for example, right on the off ramp of every exchange. If everybody wanted to withdraw their money, there would not be enough USD there to support what's actually happened here. And that's the final kind of straw, which I think is a big issue there. And that's something that nobody's really talked about. And I think that's something that people should dig a bit further into, is the actual traditional finance off-ramp fiat ability that Silvergate has to service all of these industry clients that it's taken money from.
This is probably the biggest one, in my opinion. This is probably
by far, and they're the biggest one to be able to.
So Sam, Alex, are you writing this one down?
Yeah, I'm about to send it over to you.
Bro, I'll tell you the reason I wanted you to write it down. I escaped, went to pee and came back. I'm being open. I'm being honest. All right. So let's go through this again. I appreciate you writing this down, Alex. I'm probably gonna do this a tweet or a separate tweet. So can you go through the exchanges that are currently using? I'll write them down for you, Alex. The exchanges that are currently using Silvergate.
Yeah, so it's called. You guys can Google this yourself. Anybody listening, right? If you guys Google Silvergate, SEN. Now I'm just going off of what's listed on their website. They list Gemini, Kraken, which I'm going to put my hand up here and say Kraken's the best exchange. Always has been. Right, Kraken actually has showed proof of refunds and Merkle Tree through HashMap for probably, I would say, the past 7 years. So they're doing what everybody should have been doing from day dot. Kraken's probably the only exchange Kraken and Binance are the only two exchanges I don't find that smell fishy with my experience. But Kraken's another one. You've got FTX. You had Binance up until last year. You've got Huboy.
Sorry. I have to break into the breaking news that we're having here from the breaking news with some more breaking news.
So just quickly, Top Boy, just to give you a heads up. So Chat has the authority in the space to jump in whenever there's breaking news. So we'll get back to the list. Yeah, appreciate it. So it gives you time, Alex, to write the tweet.
Two pieces. The first one's not as big, and so that's why I didn't mention it for 13 minutes. But I'll mention it now since it's a quick break. Monex Group, which is a big financial group out of Japan, says that they're safeguarding their crypto-related customer assets by their group companies through strict segregation of customer assets. Now, the next piece that just dropped from Hobie. Speaking of Hobie, Hobie says they have their unit has a balance of approximately $18.1 million of cryptocurrencies deposited into the cryptocurrency exchange FTX. They said as FTX group entities filed for bankruptcy protection in the United States, the cryptocurrency assets may not ever be able to be withdrawn from FTX. Will continue to take all appropriate steps to liaise with FTX to withdraw cryptocurrency assets as soon as possible. Hobie's board is of the view that the incident currently does not affect normal business operations of the group. And this is because they've reached an agreement with controlling shareholder to make available to the group an additional unsecured facility of up to $14 million. However, and this is critical, Holby says that they anticipate financial performance of the group might be materially and adversely affected if the incident is not resolved.
Okay, the incident currently does not impact everyday business operations, as they secured a loan or a pool of funds or what?
Correct. They secured from a controlling shareholder an unsecured loan of up to $14 million.
To 14.
Top
Okay.
Boy,
Hold on 2 seconds, bro. Hold on. Of up to $14 million. However, chat, can you do the fucking tweet? I wrote some of it. Can you do the tweet? Because I want to get back to Top Boy's thing.
Yes, just send over to me what you got, and I'll do this.
Yeah, I wrote you what I got. If you could do it and tweet it, that would be great. In the meantime, Alex, you had a question for Top Boy?
Yeah, so Top Boy, if you're saying that Silverton or Silvergate, would only have to have 1.1 billion of assets on hand based on the 10% collateral ratio requirement. I know FTX, we saw over 5 billion withdrawn from there. So how did that alone not send them to insolvency? Is the idea that they've been slowly trying to refill that balance sheet by basically pulling funds back into it? I guess if 1.1 billion is the mark, we've seen more than that flee exchanges, I believe, so especially if you include FTX.
Yeah, they currently have They currently have 11.2 billion on their balance sheet. So they would be able to support it currently. But as to what I'm saying is that 11.2 billion on the balance sheet includes a bunch of other things, right? Which includes loans and a bunch of other things. Now, you've got to remember, too, a lot of people that pulled their money off the exchange didn't do a fiat off-ramp. A lot of people were just pulling their money out into cold storage, for example, right? So a lot of these customers were just taking their cryptocurrency back off the exchange, right? So 5 billion that exited the exchange wasn't within USD because you also got to remember that a lot of people that pull this, right? If you pull USD, all of a sudden you've got to pay taxes, right? So this is a big issue here, right? And this is probably the only thing that's probably held this whole situation up is a lot of people don't want to recognize the taxes and the capital gains taxes that they have to pay if they actually take it into their bank account. So a lot of them just pulled the crypto back off into cold storage, which is the same.
Do we know the number of fiat? Do we know the percentage off ramp to crypto, or would that be possible even? Could we look on chain at?
No, it wouldn't be possible. But what you can see on chain is you can see the crypto movement, and majority of it, I will say, is being crypto movement. Personally, from what I'm seeing.
So Alex, you'll be able to update the thread so I can go through it and tweet it. And just add it. You can make it into a thread, Alex. Add the bits and pieces. Add the names of the exchanges. But to summarize, just for the audience, and I'm going through the audience, we've got a few people from the press. So just to summarize it to them, because many of them are not in crypto. The last one, everything for the press, everything's in the thread. For the recording of this, because I get asked a lot for the recording, you'll get it once the space ends. So then you could listen to it and then post whatever you want to post. So about that point, about the Silvergate thing, to kind of dumb it down, you've got Silvergate, which is an on-ramp and off-ramp for some of the biggest crypto exchanges, and you've listed a few of them, including over 100. Okay, but Binance is not included. All right, so the concern is that if exchanges are now pulling funds out because everyone's withdrawing their funds from the exchanges, the off-ramp does not have the funds there because they only need to hold 10% of the funds. That's their only legal requirement. So the public company is in a really risky position that they will not have enough capital to fund.
By the way, there is a
coming in hot with a $50. Make you holla. Super chat, thank you very much.
Some of this info.
Please invite him up.
Super chat, my friend. Thank you very much. One shot, man. We greatly
Can you spell it?
Freaking appreciate
let me.
Thank you very much,
give me
man.
his user, bro. Give me his user.
It's a woman, I believe.
Going live right now.
Yeah, what's her username?
Pretty smart people
Because
speaking, so we'll be live here on the mic here shortly.
Public filing. So if
So
somebody
just bear with me.
I'm
getting the kids to sleep, but I will be live here very shortly.
To the SEC, and what they submit to the SEC will not cover the services that they provide to digital exchanges and the actual deposits that they hold.
So what's the username, Chet or Alex?
I just tweeted at him or her to raise their hand. It's and then GRT necessity.
GRT necessity. Please follow me so I can easily find you. I think I found you. So anyone that has, because this is, we need people to contest this information because it's extremely serious. Like, it's not something I'm going to tweet quickly, and I need to make sure that we get enough, we get enough people. Yes, who's speaking? Yeah, is that the necessity? Yeah, necessity. What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going? Just to clarify how bank balance sheets work, these are deposits, so these are liabilities of the bank. These are not assets of the bank, to be clear. So Sen is correct. He was correct. Top Boy was correct in terms of how Sen generally works. But when these deposits do come in, these come in as liabilities on the balance sheet. If you look at the other side of their balance sheet, they have a bunch of liquid assets, including government securities, mortgage-backed securities, a bunch of highly liquid assets that when those deposits do come off, meaning they have to pay out these liabilities, they can liquidate infinite number of assets that they have that are very, very liquid. So when you talk about the 10% capital requirements, that's just an inaccurate statement. I mean, these are not assets on their balance sheet.
Yeah. Okay. So what happens when rehypothecated funds get circled back 360, right, through market makers, etc., that are all within the same Sen network, and they deposit the same money back in?
Okay, so you're talking about them taking in other U.S. dollars?
No, I'm talking about them being able to exchange, right, and to be able to take in, correct, other US dollars through the Sen network, transferring money between accounts, okay, and then that being rehypothecated funds that were already sitting within Silvergate because they've been collateralized against tokens and other instruments that have been created to represent a financial value that doesn't exist. That's the issue that I'm saying.
So first off, FTT being used as collateral, you're spot on there, 100%. I mean, that's just crazy town. It's a highly liquid, it's a highly illiquid asset. It's very volatile. I don't know what anybody's leveraging on top of that. It's crazy. But I don't know how that would impact the deposits. First, again, these are liabilities on the balance sheet of the bank, which they have corresponding assets for. So and these assets are highly liquid. I mean, there's liquidity requirements, liquidity coverage ratio requirements. I mean, there's all these other things that we're missing here.
And now let me get this straight, right? I'm not blaming Silvergate for any sort of illicit kind of activity, right? They're operating within their guidelines of how banks operate, right? Which is 100% correct. What I'm saying, right, is they're servicing an industry that isn't operating by the same regulations. So what I'm saying now, okay, is what happens, right, is let's say Alameda or let's say FTX decides to do some sort of shady transfers between, let's say, an illiquid market such as FTT token, right? And it's valued at $22, okay? And they make big transfers between, let's say, the spot index on Binance, okay? Now, the money swaps hands between the Sen, right, for FTX into Binance, devalue swap, right? But what ends up those funds and those tokens, right, may have been taking USD at a $2 value, a $3 value. Okay, now all of a sudden, right, it's being transferred, but the actual monetary value that actually exists within the fiat off ramp is not actually there. Does that make sense?
I've muted you, by the way, necessity, just because you had a lot of feedback noise. So if you can unmute and mute when you're not speaking. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, good, man.
Okay, so so you're saying you have FTT. I'm going to somehow transition that into dollars through an exchange.
Guys, we just had a really big drop here on Bitcoin. I'm going to kind of look to see if any news had just recently broke. So give me a few minutes, and then I'll update you guys. But, yeah, we just had a pretty significant drop here for BTC. So stay tuned for more details.
Go ahead, Top Boy.
Let me make it a bit simpler. Okay, let's say I deploy FTT token at a value of $3, right? Let's think of it in traditional sense, right? You sound like you're from a traditional background, so you'll understand how a float works. right? Let's say that I sell 12 billion tokens, right, at a $3 value, okay, originally to investors, right? And they on ramp and all of this USD comes in, right? And all of a sudden there's $30 billion sitting there within FTT token, right? Now, let's say FTT token transfers up in price, right? And the reason that it's transferring up in price is because I've got my market makers sitting over at Alameda pushing it up with spoof transactions, right? With all of these sort of nifty kind of backdoor kind of dark pool kind of style transactions that you can take place within an exchange and a market maker. What ends up happening is you sold that original float for the value of FTT at $3, right? And then you spoofed it up to $60 worth of value. And then people on-ramped into fiat and bought it at $60, right? So that money now exists within the system, right? Now, FTT token, you can't hold the value and you can't hold the price action at 60. It drops down to $22. All of a sudden, right, you've flushed out, right, $40 per instrument within the float, right, of value in USD that's floating around in the system. And this is the issue that happens. I'm not saying Silvergate is responsible for this, not at all. But what I'm saying is there is no possible way in hell that with all the rehypothecated funds, right, and the instruments that were created and pushed up in price, that now with where the instruments are sitting at in value, that same fiat is sitting within the ability to off-ramp. Now, it's not an issue as long as nobody obviously causes a bank run and everybody off-ramps out of crypto altogether, which isn't going to happen, right? But what I'm saying is there is no way that Silvergate's avoided the mess that everybody else has created by rehypothecating these funds and creating instruments that hold a value and a dollar set against a fiat currency sitting in a deposit account that no longer represents that value.
Necessity?
Yeah, I still don't. Okay, so you're saying that they're taking basically market risk in a cryptocurrency that they don't have any exposure to.
What I'm saying is that they're the actual on-ramp and the off-ramp, right?
I get that.
Okay, now crypto is completely pointless unless you can trade it back for fiat, right? If for some reason
I 100% agree.
Right, completely, right? It's pegged against the US dollar. Yeah, anybody can argue with me and say it's different. That's not the case. So what I'm saying...
Well, it's not pegged. It's not pegged against the US dollar. Be careful there. It's a floating currency.
Okay, it's a floating... Okay, but it's valueless without USD, okay? Because
correct.
If I said to you, you can have $10 million worth of Bitcoin, right? But you can't ever possibly get that out into cash, right? It means fucking nothing to you, right?
100% agree.
Okay. So what I'm saying is when you start to collateralize against loans and rehypothecated funds and you're using FTT token, right? And people are bringing Bitcoin onto your platform, for example, right? And they're leaving with FTT token that was originally fiat kind of on-ramped for $3 a token and they're off-ramping at $60 a token. You all of a sudden become mismatched with your checks and balances within your fiat position and deposits held at your bank. It's impossible not to. I've been working in this industry for 7 years, right? 2017. And it's just impossible, right? There's no way that everybody's balance sheet matched up to their fiat, right? And in the case of FTX, right, because they rehypothecated the funds, they moved investors' funds and proof of funds over to Alameda and then lost it within transactions, right? What they've actually done is they've pretty much put that thing on fast forward, right? And now they've jumbled up not only their own balance sheet to near zero, right? But they've actually mixed up everybody else's balance sheets as well. It's impossible not to have. And this is the reason why CZ caught whiff of it. And this is the reason why CZ was like, let's just dump FTT token because it's valueless anyway, right? It's better just to flush it out of the system and then for me to correct it on the back end later on.
Necessity? You're muted, bro.
I don't disagree with that. I think the key here is to understand what the contagion impact potentially could be, which I think is probably fairly limited to the, let's say, U.S. banking system.
I want to. So
yeah, okay. Now, and you're actually correct there because Silvergate came out with their statement, and within their statement they actually said we'd like to remind everybody that we're able to take and we're able to borrow money from the Federal Reserve and the home loan banking system.
When did they put out that? When did they make that statement?
So just Google.
But like not in the last. Oh shit! They did it. Related to FTX. They made a statement already.
Yeah, maybe 2
They
days.
did on the 11th, I believe.
So can I?
But either way, again, what they're talking about is borrowing additional funds to fill a funding gap.
To fill a liquidity.
If their deposits were all ripped out.
Yeah, to correct a liquidity issue. So what I'm saying is that's cool. But what I'm saying is there is a liquidity issue there that they cannot determine. It's not Silvergate's problem, right? This is FTX and everybody else in the system's problem. But what I'm saying there is definitely a liquidity gap that it's not going to come to existence because everybody's not going to pull their Bitcoin out, right? For many reasons. And they're not going to pull out their crypto, right? For many reasons. But what I'm saying is there's definitely an issue there and contagion that has to unwind through the system, right? It unwinds through the 134, businesses that Sam Bankman-Fried had, right? It unwinds through the exposure of the FTT tokens within people's accounts. It definitely unwinds. Do I think Silvergate goes, arse up from this? No, I don't. Right, Silvergate also has traditional, like you said, right? They have ability to be able to fill liquidity issues. Okay, that's. I'm not having a stab at Silvergate here. Personally, I think what Silvergate's done is great, right? Because they've supported the whole industry and backboned it. But what I'm saying is, in the process, they've been fucked over by bad players and bad actors within the space, right? And them operating under regulations when their customers don't operate under regulations and rule sets is something dangerous that you can't really predict with contagion.
100% agree with you, Top Boy. I just wanted to say thank you all for this discussion over the past couple of days. It's been fantastic. Top Boy, great addition. Really love the insights. Thank you very much. And, I just think we just need to be careful on how we talk about potential contagion with the U.S. financial system directly. Some of the stuff that I was hearing earlier about conversations about Silvergate, having issues with deposits and collateralization. I mean, those are just didn't seem accurate to me. So that's why I came up here.
I appreciate it clarifying.
Thank you, everyone.
What I asked you guys, so the team will send you Top Boy and a necessity. If you don't mind just giving us a few minutes, the team will send you Alex's WhatsApp. So is it okay, Alex, if we DM your WhatsApp number to both Top Boy and actually just give them my WhatsApp, guys, because you have my number. They'll give you my WhatsApp. I'll create a group with Alex. Just DM me with your username so I know who you are. I'm getting too many DMs. I want to create a group for just a few minutes so we can come out with an accurate thread about the facts and what that means. Because on one side, I don't want to completely ignore this. On the other side, I want to make sure we're very careful with what we tweet. So, we don't create FUD based on incorrect information. So appreciate you both coming on and especially Necessity jumping in to clarify a few points. And Top Boy, before you continue, man, I have a couple more questions for you. Just want to clarify a few things or remind the audience. Number one, the exchanges. I see a few exchanges, 3 I spotted just briefly in the audience. I will try to send you an invite to speak. Actually, I won't. Just put your hand up if you want to speak. We've had from Binance to Kraken, a whole bunch of exchanges that came up and they brought a lot of, from the big ones like Binance and Kraken to small ones like the Canadian one and like Mexi, come up and give clarity and give peace of mind. The reaction of the audience for that clarity was really positive. So if you are in the audience, do come up. It does bring more value than it will only bring you value, that transparency, unless you have something to hide. And especially Huobi, the announcement. I'm really sorry about the money lost with FTX. If you want to come up on stage and elaborate, you're welcome to do so. Every speaker that's putting their hand up, the team's going through all the requests, but you have to DM me giving me the reason why you're putting your hand up, so we bring you up. Otherwise, I want to go back to Top Boy. Bro, how long did you work for FTX for, approximately?
About 2 years, 7 months.
2 years and 7 months. And you left a year ago, correct?
Yeah,
okay.
Correct. Yeah.
And what was did you leave or were you let go, if you don't mind me asking? Did
Say
you
again,
leave
sorry?
or you were let go from the position?
Yeah, no, I left. Yeah,
We had another insider said they left. No, that was for another exchange, but they left because of the culture and there were a lot of practices that they didn't agree with. What was the reason that you left?
Yeah, no, I purely left because another exchange paid me more
Okay,
money.
good for you, bro. And
I got kids to feed, man.
And again, sorry for your loss. You said you lost $3 million with this implosion.
Yeah, about $2.8
million. And can you tell me more about the culture at FTX? Was there anything back then? Because you left a year ago, which was, very early in when the shady stuff started. Was there any other information about FTX as a culture? Because they had a pristine reputation in the space.
I think the actual overall employees are very great. I think the mess and this issue stems from the few people at the top that were obviously friends and were obviously interacting long before FTX was established. I think the actual overall employees that were there were actually decent people. A lot of them, pretty much all of them, I would say 99.9% of them would have been unaware of all of this. So the actual staff there were professional. The people I worked with were great. This stems from a cancerous kind of very small group.
Okay, so my next point is I want Umbrella and Chet, if they don't mind, to tell you, Top Boy, because you weren't in the space yesterday or earlier today, to give you an overview of some of the findings we've had, everything from I'll start with the first one, and how the scam went out, the scam that happened, the hack that was most likely an insider job, and some of the allegations that were made. And you tell us if you know more information about any of these, or whether you can confirm them, or you've never heard of them. I can kick it off with this statement that we had a senior person at an exchange come in when we first started the show early on, and it was a pretty intense moment because she was sharing a story, and she started getting a lot of pressure while she was sharing it, and she started struggling on stage. So the story was essentially Sam essentially led to the Luna crash. Or when I say Sam, I mean Alameda FTX. They potentially intentionally brought down Three Arrows Capital with some of the things they did, and there's a lot of people making similar allegations about Alameda. And CZ knew about this afterwards, as well as other insiders. They tried to approach Sam. Sam did not respond positively, and then that's why CZ made the tweet. Now, obviously, you don't know about the interaction between Sam and CZ, but the first 2 points, would you say Alameda played a key role in the Luna collapse or caused the Luna collapse? And would you say they played a key role or caused the Three Arrows Capital collapse as well? Which you kind of answered this indirectly with one of the allegations you made, but I'll let you answer it directly.
So, two things. Rehypothecated funds definitely to them, and then also targeted trading from Alameda within those obviously investments. So Alameda's trying to make money right at the end of the day. So there's a lot of shorting, there's a lot of targeting going on within those protocols themselves. I'm sure you saw as well, even the Tether issue that came up of Tether trying to be depegged by Alameda. There's lots of things that float around, but Alameda was never a clean player within the space. They would actively... Now, this is also a thing as well, right? Everybody was quick to crucify Robinhood for selling order flow to Citadel, for example, right? When back with GME and back with all of these short squeezes, right? This is no different from FTX providing order flow through to Alameda for them being able to see people's positions, their margin requirements, their liquidation positions, right? It's easy to be able to hunt down people within trading and to be able to liquidate people when you've got this information.
Appreciate it. Alex, Umbrella, did you have further points of things we've discovered over the last few hours that you want to clarify with Top Boy?
Yeah. So were you aware of a kill switch that FTX had? So the speculation that they might have had a kill switch is what we kind of saw with kind of the exchange interface going offline, everything going offline. They shifted everything to other wallets, started selling it.
Yeah, not that I was aware of, but this is definitely an insider. This isn't an external black hat to be able to get that sort of deep root access that quickly and to be able to move funds at the speed they move them. Definitely not possible. Unless they've come across the best hacker within crypto that we've ever seen. It's definitely not possible. Personally, that's an insider attack. I would look at GitHub repositories and private kind of repositories for that. I definitely know that the CTO was active at that time. I definitely think that this is definitely a script and a backup plan. Personally, me, if I was doing shady shit, I would kind of have a backup plan to get out of something if I was to do that. So I think this was a fact of just turning on a plan to whether that will amount to anything or we'll find out who that was. I think we will. I'm pretty sure that Kraken's actually on to who the user was because of a TRX transaction to fund an account. So I'm pretty sure that we've actually been able to identify who that person was. that's definitely an insider job for sure.
Yeah, so I'm Kraken, I think, was the one that replied to our tweet that they found out who the account was yesterday, and today they came on stage. So Umbrella, just to kind of clarify for the audience the question you asked, essentially there were claims made earlier, and it's been a long time, so my brain is a bit fried, that there was a kill switch that was set up a long time ago that essentially allowed Alameda or FTX or whoever to start taking money out of accounts in Bahamas. And the Bahamas regulator also, I think, mentioned publicly, and Chet, you spotted this, that they never said to FTX, you can take money out. So they never gave that okay. Is that the kill switch you're referring to, Umbrella?
No, the kill switch I'm referring to is the fact that, the draining. They had basically a button where they could override all their exchange rules, and they could access the wallets.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now, this boils down to it's not as kind of sinister and kind of technical sounding as that. Obviously, deposits and withdrawals and everything is automated through an exchange. For most exchanges, that's why the Crypto.com thing's a bit weird, where they're like, "Hey, we accidentally send funds." To me, that's just strange. To fat finger, that amount of money. And to not have that automated, and also to have things such as small test transfers done if you're establishing new cold wallets, that story doesn't add up. And then leading back into this question, it's the same thing with, an override switch to drain all of those accounts at once. No, those individual wallets, for somebody to be able to drain them, they have to have access to each and every single one of those wallets and have access to within each and every single one of the cryptocurrencies that sits within the blockchains or protocols within that wallet. So what ends up happening is, for that to be an inside, and the reason it will be an inside job is somebody has to have, one, they know all of the obviously wallets that they're held within. They know the access route to those wallets. And then they also know, obviously how to be able to feed that out very quickly. You couldn't hack that in that short amount of time. Just impossible. It has to be an insider job of somebody that has all of the private keys, somebody that knows exactly where all the funds are sitting in, and also has access to all of those wallets, and the ability to be able to move those funds out.
Just to shed more light on that, if you have the seed phrase, and what you're saying is you need the access route within the seed phrase to get the private key. So what he's saying is it could have been the fifth or sixth wallet within that seed phrase. If you didn't know that, you would have got it and potentially not seen that. So there's more chance of that being an insider job, which I kind of understand from that.
And you've got to look at speed of transfer as well, right? If you've got deep root access like that and you've hacked something, your ability to actually be able to transfer, the fact that those funds weren't being moved to like any multi-sig wallets through, obviously the use of seed phrase, they were just being transferred straight out of the wallets, is obviously clear indication that those wallets were accessed in the same way that anybody that had access to them would have originally accessed them within the current infrastructure. There was no sort of hack, get the seed phrase. There was no sort of point a gun at somebody's head and tell them to give you the passwords. That was just purely, we already have access to these wallets. We're just going to move the funds out of there. And yeah.
So go. I see more hands up with more questions. So Alex, Elad, and Amy, I'll let you guys go in that order.
Yeah, Top One, I just wanted to rehash one of the questions I asked earlier. I think we ended up going down the relationship between Terra Luna and FTX. But I guess more general question I'm just still curious about is, we know for years interest rates were kept at zero. We know all of these, crypto projects and companies, they were pretty much leveraged to the tits. We know that this probably wasn't sustainable, but, I keep coming back to, the whole Terra Luna situation seems to be what kicked off a lot of this. It put a huge hole in a lot of these companies' balance sheets, namely 3AC, who were then unable to, fulfill their debts to all these other companies, including, FTX. And so I guess my question I just get back to is, let's say hypothetically that Terra Luna had not collapsed in such a dramatic fashion. Would this quantitative tightening on its own been enough to get us in the same position and it was just an inevitability? Or is it possible that without that massive $60 billion collapse, these projects could have basically rode out these interest rate
Yeah.
hikes,
Yeah.
and actually done it. Like I'm just curious if
Yeah,
this was
yeah, yeah.
inevitable or if like
No,
Terra
it's-
Luna kind of made it happen.
Look, it's a really good question, right? And what actually happened was the market downturned at the worst possible time, right? Now you've got to remember, right, that the rehypothecating of funds and the creation of FTT token and collateralization, it all works if price is going north, right? For them to be able to fix this, right, if everything was collateralized, let's just say hypothetically against FTT token, right, FTT token only had to double in value for them to be able to cover everything and to be able to trade their way out of it. So this is where it boils down. And this is the reason why I imagine, being a long-term trader myself within US equities, you know, I trade equities, I trade options. They only needed to be able to double the value of their assets on their balance sheet. Now that sounds great in theory, right? I only need to get 100%, right? But that's where the devil lies within that, because that's when they start to employ leverage and they start to do these things, right? Because if you employ, let's say, 5% leverage, all of a sudden you only need to make 20%. Right, on your total value of your portfolio to be able to cover and to dig yourself out of this hole. But then when you start to incur losses, this is when the hole digs bigger. So you are 100% correctly right. If quantitative easing kept going and money kept pumping into the markets and the value kept rising, right, then 100% they would have been able to dig themselves out of this hole through pure mathematics, right, of doubling the value of the collateral and the instruments that they used against the securitization of that collateral. So yeah, 100% right. If the market had gone up and they've been able to double the value of whatever cryptocurrency or whatever token they had within the balance sheets, they could have corrected this situation. Yes, they would have had to have dumped onto retail investors to be able to secure that obviously money and to be able to off ramp that back off. But yeah, they definitely could have fixed this situation. But what's ended up happening, and look, this is usually, you know, a bit of a mix of karma, I feel, and a bit of mix of the universe giving you what you deserve. Usually you find as a trader, the time when you need money, you know, revenge trading is a bitch in itself. What usually happens, right, is things go against you at the perfect time, right? You get the perfect storm. So this is what's happened. If the market had continued to pump, quantitative easing kept going, inflation had not, you know, skimmed over, then yeah, 100%, we probably could have seen them trade themselves out of this for sure.
Elad, Amy, go ahead.
Hey, so first of all, thank you very much for all the information.
Pleasure,
It's very,
mate.
very
Pleasure.
helpful. And I'm happy that finally someone actually came out and explained all the understanding of how the collateral work and what is the way of manipulating your balance sheet or your adequacy with your own token. So that's good. But I have a question as someone who was working in FTX. There was something come up on Twitter for the last few days that basically, and you came from the Treasury Department, you said, so maybe you should know about it, that there was a back door for Alameda to be able to withdraw funds from FTX and by that bypass the relevant procedures that will be the formal procedures of getting money out. Like, is that something that you are aware of? Is it correct? Can you shed some light on it?
Look, no, could it be correct? 100%. But you've got to remember, right, when somebody like myself or anybody else that works within treasury or liquidity within a company, right, you're seeing, I work for FTX, right? I do not know what happens at Alameda, right? So, you know, within a position within a company, right, if for some reason you see funds going to Alameda, right, as far as you're concerned, they're a liquidity provider and a market maker, right? At no point is this going to flick off a red flag for an employee and be like, hang on a second, why are we sending this money all the way over there? Also, what I'm being projected within a treasury department and what I'm seeing is a proof of funds reserves, right? Which, for example, Kraken shows to their customers. This is what I'm seeing. Now, this is anybody that understands development. This is a UI projection, right? This is manually being entered in and being pulled from places, right? Now, this is sitting within, this is just an accounting software, right? This is just your typical checks and balances accounting software, right? Nobody within Treasury is going up and matching this against, you know, X amount of funds here. That's not the person's job within Treasury. So once that's been completed, if Sam wants then, and Sam is the only person that has root access to the actual wallets themselves, if he wants to go and transfer 4 billion to Alameda, right, and remain the checks and balances within the accounting system to project to Treasury that there's still $4 billion on the balance sheet, we're none the wiser. And this is where the problem stems from. You know, it's very people making out like this whole backdoor
Guys,
thing is like.
I have something beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So chat, can you tweet it and write with the source and everything in the tweet? But a lot of this is very complicated for the audience. So someone Hey, Chet, can you ask if I can at least mention where they're from? Just Chet, you do all the DD, but someone that
Yes,
Chet verified.
Well, I would say I would actually even lean away from mentioning where they're from here, but we can verify that they're close to the source here on the data on the UCC side.
Okay, so someone very close to the source just did a whole. You don't call this a chart. What do you call this?
A mind map almost, but no, it's like
mind map. Yeah, a nice mind map that shows how everything is connected, from Genesis Trading to FTX US to Alameda Research to FTX International to 3 Arrows Capital, and even mentions 2 wallets and Voyager. So whoever did this, I just want to first thank you for I know you want to be anonymous. Thank you for sharing this with us, and we will tweet it. Chet will only mention what you tell us.
It's called a trace.
Okay, all right, bro. Thanks. So, we will tweet this for everyone, and Chet, just show me the writing. I'll write something like something explaining what it is, because if a million people see it, we don't have a million people in the space, so they understand what it's about. Show me the tweet before tweeting it as well, and just make sure you only disclose what the person's comfortable disclosing. But I just want to give a massive shout out for sharing this. And Top Boy, you can also have a look at the tweet when it goes live, and tell us if you agree with how it's been structured. Otherwise, I'll go to Amy and then Sirius for questions. Go ahead, Amy.
Hey guys, thanks for having the space. Hey Top Boy, I just wanted to ask you a quick question because I'm one of the unfortunate people who has money locked on Voyager. So,
sorry, say that again. You just broke up. You're one of the sorry.
I said I'm one of the unfortunate people that has my money locked on Voyager.
Lucky you.
I don't know, but so my question is, when you're talking about the rehypothecation and the collateralized loans and stuff like that, like Voyager in 3 years, they were all aware that this was, I don't know what to call it, funny money. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, like, because my question is because, I mean, 2 days before Voyager announces that they're going under, I'm getting emails about there's nothing to worry about. Everything's fine. Everything's great. I mean, I have them. I have the dates. Like it's almost negligent, like intentionally negligent. It is. Were they aware that there was no real money in these loans that they were taking, or was this? So that's my question. Like, were they aware that this was happening, and did they really like deceive a lot of us?
Yeah, 100%.
Intentionally.
I'm just pouring myself another drink. Sorry,
bro.
I'll probably be dead tomorrow or in jail. So
no,
let me enjoy it. Yeah, definitely, they're 100% aware. The thing too, like anybody that's worked within kind of the kind of business space and the startup space will understand that. All of these people are under pressure.
Sorry, Top Boy, I just realized before you continue, I know you want to be anonymous. You have your profile photo. I don't know if that's you, but you might want to delete it if it's not you.
No, it's not me. It's not me.
Oh, good. Okay, if it's you, you look like a badass. All right, sorry, continue answering Amy's question. Sorry to interrupt.
I look like a nerd. I just picked a badass on purpose. This isn't even my account either. I actually use somebody else's account. So this isn't even my account. So I used a mate's account. So if you do IP him or something, don't go and kill him. It's actually not even me. What were we saying?
Did they know how fucked up shit was?
Yeah, because I think it's almost like criminally negligent to be sending me an email saying you have nothing to worry about, your money is fine, and we can get into the whole FDIC thing. But I mean, it's not life-changing money, but it's still money, and then I can still look at my money on this app, but I can't do anything, and it's kind of pissing me off at this point.
Yeah, so look, as far as are they aware, I mean, this boils down to depending upon how they were collateralizing instruments and how rehypothecated funds were being used. I think there were some people that were definitely aware, and there's going to be other people that were unaware, right? Because let's say Voyager, you've got to remember, wound up with an insane amount of FTT token. Right now, that FTT token, whether that was given to them as collateralization, whether that was given to them to be able to use as collateralization for loans against somewhere else, at some point, they're thinking they're sitting on hard assets. Okay, so whether Voyager was completely aware of it, I don't know. Obviously that speaks for itself. They're the only person that could answer that. But from my experience, I don't think you can run and be able to run an LTV, loan to value ratio loan book against assets without realizing that you're not holding on to the actual funds itself. To me, that just seems like absolute negligence, and you have to have no understanding of finance for that to be possible. So, from my understanding, I think they were 100% aware that that the value and the collateral behind their investments was, at best thin air. And I think they were completely aware. If you're saying,
sorry, just 2 seconds. I've just got an Alex, can you announce? Sorry, just to see the source.
Yeah.
All right. Can you tell us what you just read? Or what you just? I'm gonna retweet it because FreeBuyer is a trusted source, and he's been on the.
Yeah, he's been a pretty good on-chain sleuth throughout this, but he's been monitoring Crypto.com's their wallets, and they stopped, at least from one of their wallets, they've stopped processing exchange withdrawals, and it appears it's because they don't have enough ETH left in that wallet to pay the actual gas fees. Now, there are still, I think, about $18 million worth of other token assets in there, but just the fact that they can't move out of that wallet, I think, best case, they are solvent, and that just kind of speaks to, I think, some of their operational difficulties. I mean, within the same 24 hours, it's found that they sent, 80% of their ETH to the wrong address. To have this is, I think, just like another concerning operational piece as well. I think, I don't know, I think a lot of people are just on their guard about what's happened with centralized exchanges the other day. And I don't think, we're not even trying to FUD. This is just people looking at the wallets, and
Can
that's
you
not a
can
good
you give
sign.
us can you give us your take on it? Top Boy, I muted you because we heard you pour your 20th drink. Can you have a look at what I just retweeted? Anyone else in the audience, you could check it, and if you have any insight into this, whether concerning insight or reassuring insight, do put your hand up and DM me so the team can check your DM and bring you up. But yeah, Top Boy and anyone else who can offer their thoughts on the FreeBuyer tweet about crypto.com. They want to stop processing exchange withdrawals because apparently not enough ETH to pay for gas.
I think they might be topping it off again. Let's see. It could take time. So someone said they just topped it off with another batch of ETH right now. But yeah, I mean, I think what it speaks to, if nothing else, is it does speak to, capital flight off of the platform now. I think what's concerning is the system. It should never get to a point, ideally, where it isn't able to process. But we had Jesse say earlier how the process. To be fair, the process can be a bit complicated with moving funds from cold storage or even topping up wallets.
You really should never be facing a liquidity crunch, right? Let's be honest. To actually be facing a liquidity crunch, also to be able to move that amount of money that Crypto.com moved to Gate.io, you only have to look at the transactions and the volume that Gate.io produces. There's no actual need for them to ever have moved that money to Gate.io. They're saying, oh, we're moving it to cold. We actually accidentally sent it to Gate.io. There's no actual need for them to do that. There's definitely an ulterior motive and agenda for that. Anyone operating within a treasury, within a crypto exchange will understand that that's complete nonsense. His excuse was just a half-ass excuse that people are going to fall for, and it's not the case. And the fact that he's now having to top up and he can't afford gas fees goes to show that there's a liquidity crunch. If you go and do a bank run on Binance, I promise you that Binance at no point is going to stop withdrawals. They may halt them for 2 hours, right? In the fact that you may have a 2-hour delay for them to be able to run it through the system due to the transaction time it takes to process on Ethereum. But at no point it's going to be because they run out of gas or they have to top out their accounts, right?
I guess to be fair, I guess they seem to have topped it back out very quick with 10,000 more ETH. So maybe that is a good SLA for doing it. I think it's in these moments, and look, I think that's why we're trying to give the other side of it. And we had for people that weren't here earlier, Jesse from Kraken walk through what the SLAs were for a lot of these projects. He said if they had to go to cold storage, it could be as much as a 24-hour SLA. And the reason the exchanges don't actually speak on a lot of it is because, they don't want to do anything that could compromise their OPSEC, because just commenting on it can even give insights to vulnerabilities. So, I think important to get both sides where everyone's on high alert, obviously. But we're trying to just get both sides.
100%. And look, I'm sure exchanges run different kind of procedures and policies, that all have strict procedures and policies on how they operate, what they maintain in hot, what they maintain in cold. It's just to even be able to say and admit that you fat fingered that sort of kind of transfer very much makes it hard for me to believe anything you say there on after. That's my opinion personally. It makes it very hard to really believe that any sort of delay or any sort of process that happens after that is in line and because of strict policy and procedure when you didn't have strict policy and procedure in place enough to not send 310,000 F to another wallet that's not yours. That's my take on it personally.
100%. And I think people have a right to be on edge with everything that's gone down this week, because earlier in this week, we were talking about some of these things with FTX and people were basically attacking us, saying they could never go insolvent. You don't know how big of a market maker they are, all that. Yeah. And so I think that's why you have to call the bullshit when you see it, because you start to see now these common trends. There's any exchange that has their own token is concerning. Any exchange that has said they had exposure to FTX and said they were fine. I mean, we saw with BlockFi, their COO literally said, "Yep, it's business as usual," and then 48 hours later, they're pausing customer withdrawals. So I don't really feel guilty for bringing attention to this.
Not at all.
Given the current context.
Crypto.com, they look, debt is a big money maker, right? Any actual financial institution in the world makes most of their money off of debt, right? Whether it be banks, whether it be hedge funds, right? Debt is the leading indicator for revenue, right? That's where you earn most of your money. Right. But you've got good exchanges such as Binance, such as Kraken. They don't have a trading desk attached to them. Okay, first and foremost, they don't involve themselves within loans. Okay, so these companies themselves are operating as a tech platform, right? They're taking money from transaction fees and they're operating proper. What ends up happening is when you get these players like Crypto.com that start taking loans, you've got FTX that starts running a trading desk. This is where you're exposed to leverage, you're exposed to unsecuritized or collateralized loans. This is when you actually engage in a risk portfolio and an appetite for risk in a market that's very volatile. And they're the exchanges that are scary to be involved in. And then when you start fat fingering 310,000 ETH across, to another company, that's when it's very hard to believe that you're sitting in a very clean environment and a very secure environment for your investors. That's
Top
my
Boy,
opinion.
I have something.
Take it how you will, but
from
somebody that works heavily within the industry and within finance, to me, that's a big red flag.
Yes, we can hear you, Mario. We can hear you, Mario.
All right, so Top Boy, can you unmute and tell me if you can hear me before I announce something? Top Boy, can you hear me? Fuck. Check. Can you ask him if he can hear me? Or we have that
Top Boy, you can't hear Mario?
Unmute. Tell him to unmute.
No, I can't. No.
Okay. Tell him. Check. Can you bring him down and invite him up again?
Yeah.
Top Boy.
Yeah. Top Boy.
It's a glitch on.
Take you down from the stage and then bring you right back up, but just to fix the glitch.
Okay. Yeah, cool. And tell him we have good news. Tell him we have good news. He's gonna be happy for him.
We have good news. You're gonna be happy, is what he just said.
Okay. So bring him down and bring him back up. And please make sure team members, please, Top Boy and the gentleman that was going through. That was going through the allegations against that publicly listed bank. I need both of these people to please DM me on WhatsApp so that we can get them together and make the tweet, because it's a pretty serious matter. All right, so I'll give you the news for everyone. Chet, you know the news. You're the one prepare the tweet, please, Chet. But the person, so Top Boy, I hope you can hear me. Top Boy,
I can hear you now. Yep.
It's not major news. It's not major news. It's just something that it will make you feel better in terms of what you're doing. So the person that shared with us what we're about to tweet, that made that mind map, she said she's going to do more. She's going to keep sending us more information, making more comprehensive trace as the theory heats up. But she said this, quote, "I've been telling my coworkers about this since April, and the smile on my face when this space came up, when this came out on Spaces, was as wide as it can go." So in other words, man, what you're doing right now and actually bringing light to this is encouraging others that know more about it to come up, share more information, share more facts. So bro, hats off to you, man. You've done.
Yeah, man. Cheers, man. I appreciate it because, like I said, right, this definitely puts me at jeopardy as well. You know, like the internet's a wild place, and I'm sure someone will figure out who I am. I'm sure this will have repercussions on me at some stage. But you know, from somebody that's lost a lot of money in this space, people are less experienced than me in this space. I think they deserve to understand what actually happens behind the scenes. You know, it's not all rosy. It's not all fucking what everybody thinks.
Yeah, and to give you peace of mind as well, bro. Like we're getting, obviously we're on a different scale because we've been doing this for like 20 hours or so, but we're getting a lot of messages that are not as nice and a lot of pressure to stop doing what they're doing, what we're doing. And I'm not worried. I'll tell you why you shouldn't be worried. People that have done this for other companies that ended up, going bust, and FTX Alameda's already there. There was, they became heroes instead of facing risk. So what you're past the stage of worrying because the people that you could be worried from, they're fucked. Like they don't exist. The fucking founder has been arrested. So you're chill, man. I'll give Rob and Sirius the mic to ask questions. Rob, go ahead, bro.
I'll toss it over to Sirius. I believe they've been waiting longer.
Yeah, Sirius, go ahead, man.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for inviting me, Mario and Alex. I have 2 questions for Top Boy. Top Boy, do you have any information or do you know anything about this sushi swap saga related to Sam? And the second question is, this is related to the whole bull market. Do you think that Alameda Research has anything to do with some high leverage in the period between April? This is I'm mentioning because yesterday one person was sharing a story about the spoofing the market and bringing the price up to 69,000. That is the one point. The second point is
we'll get it. We'll go point by point if you don't mind, man. So I'll let Top Boy go through this. In the meantime, chat, I'm getting more and more reports about, I'm in a big whale group and I'm getting reports there about withdrawals stopping on crypto.com. Again, we've been getting those reports for a long time and we haven't been able to verify them yet. So again, anyone that has money on crypto.com or any exchange you've got worries about whether they're halting withdrawals or not doesn't really matter. Your money should be on a cold wallet. And we've had some of the biggest names in the space come on and tell you, even the fucking founder and CEO of Kraken said to you, have your funds in a cold wallet. Just be safe until the dust settles. We know that there's some exchanges we trust, but when it's one facing as much heat as crypto.com, be safe, put your funds in a cold wallet. We don't have proof that they've halted withdrawals, but just sharing a concern that we have. But I'll let Top Boy answer the question.
May I finish the question?
Yeah, of course. Questions. I know you have 2 questions, so just do the first one.
Yeah, I asked him about if he has any information about the sushi saga from 2020, and the second question is related to the trading leverage of Alameda Research, and the point in time April 2021, and then the second drop to $30,000 of Bitcoin, and then the second drop to 20, because I'm a crypto researcher and I can connect the dots and all the information can make a picture what's going on, because I think that they had leveraged so much, and the second drop they was holding the 30,000 and then somebody did something, and that is the collapse of Three Arrows Capital and Luna and everything else.
All right, man. Top Boy, I'll let you answer that question by Sirius. Thanks a lot, Sirius. Thanks, bro. Go ahead, Top Boy. You're muted, bro. Having your drink. By the way, I'm trying to bring speakers up. I'm trying to bring a journalist from Cointelegraph up, and also trying to bring Ninja up. But guys, it's glitching a bit. So if it doesn't work, just request again, and I'll try to bring you up. Just a heads up. But go ahead, Top Boy.
Yeah, cool. So as far as Sushi Swap goes, I can't really comment on Sushi Swap. As far as if they use Silvergate as an off ramp and an on ramp, probably. I mean, Silvergate's pretty much the on ramp and off ramp for everybody. As far as what the position is within Sushi Ramp and their timing, it's not something I've looked into. So I'm not going to comment on it, because anything I comment would just be, I guess, personal opinion and kind of logic that I have. So I won't comment on Sushi Swap. I can comment on the leverage side of things with Alameda. 100% looks serious for you to be able to liquidate $8 billion worth of customer funds. You can only do that with leverage, right? At no point did any cryptocurrency go to zero. So there's always a value there, but their balance sheet managed to go to near zero. Okay, so the only way to achieve that is through leverage. What you're asking about with the spoofing, if they were in control of the price, especially of Bitcoin, etc., during that period of time, I think you can pretty much look through Alameda's transactions of what they were pushing onto the exchange. And I'm pretty sure something about 97% of the transactions failed and were removed from the bid, which means that, yeah, they were definitely spoofing and they were definitely pushing up the value. When it dropped down to 20, where they liquidated back then, I think a big portion of it, but I think the main liquidation came with Voyager and everything like that. I don't think their liquidation came through trading so much and losing money within leverage. I think their liquidation actually came from money placed within hedge funds and protocols for a fixed APY return. So my opinion is most of this money was transferred externally, not through trading. I think a lot of this was transferred through deals and uncollateralized debt instruments, and that's where the blow up happened. And the rehypothecation. So yes, they were definitely spoofing. Yes, you can see that with on-chain. You can see that within their obviously within their platform. You can see that they were spoofing prices. 97% of transactions that they put onto the market never actually went through. They were just filling the bid and providing volume and pushing up the price. But the actual blow up came from the I guess off exchange over leveraged and under collateralized instruments of debt that they were rehypothecating amongst themselves, if that makes sense.
I'll give the mic to Rob, then Drew. By the way, chat, if you could please keep digging and trying to get sources. Anyone that has issues with withdrawals from crypto.com, DM us, but also send us a screenshot. We need to try to verify as much as we can, so we could, make sure we have the facts. Rob, the mic is yours, man. And by the way, Murtuza from Cointelegraph, I tried to bring you up, it glitched, so I sent you an invite via DM. So any speakers that drop out, just check your DMs for an invite, or just try to put your hand up again. Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you, Barry. I see you unmuted, chat. Was there something that you wanted to say?
Oh, nope, that was an accident. I do that again.
Bro, you're the most, chat, let's get this straight. You're the only person that can't unmute by accident, because you're the one with the breaking news, man. So every time you unmute, someone thinks an exchange went bust. Make sure you don't unmute by accident. Go ahead, Rob.
Appreciate it. So I took it upon myself to just go try to take a small
Wait, never mind. I do have some breaking news.
There we go.
Shit.
Visa just announced, and this is to be expected, Visa has terminated global debit card agreements with FTX.
Oh, okay. Surprise! I expected it to be a lot worse. I got a bit worried. Cool. Thanks, chat. And Rob, mic is yours, man.
Thank you. So yeah, I did just try to pull a small amount of money out of crypto.com just to put a little test to it. And what I have now realized that is not something I've ever before realized, because I've never tried to pull less than, but there is a limit of not allowed to pull out less than $100 at a time. So for the retail investors on crypto.com, I mean, that can be a giant hindering factor of needing to pull out more than $100. That definitely can slow down some outflow, and I think it's something to put a little attention to, because it's not something that I've ever noticed before. Whether or not it is new, I can't exactly explicitly say, so I just want to also put that out there. And then to Top Boy, number one, I just want to express an extreme appreciation for what you're doing. Because there are risks inherent with it, and you're doing this not for yourself, but for everybody else here, and for honestly a greater good. And so I do appreciate that. But I did want to touch on one thing in regards to this situation, because I truly understand it from the technical side, but what I can't seem to wrap my head around is from a compliance standpoint, and how no one on the compliance side of things within the whole organization decided to, mention anything. And I do understand the head of compliance I mean, truly a past criminal. And so, I mean, and so, I mean, is it really just that, or is there something else that I'm missing? Because it's absurd to me how none of this could have been talked about or discussed from the specific standpoint of a compliance agent.
Yeah. So what you're looking at from within a crypto exchange is you're looking at people that run liquidity and treasury, even the compliance officer. You're looking at a traditional, right? You're looking at a traditional projection, whether that be through any sort of software you're using, any sort of bespoke service you're using. It's purely a checks and balances based upon what assets and financial instruments you have within the company. Okay, and that's where it ends, right? The issue with cryptocurrency, right, is within a bank you would have access, right, through anybody that runs a business that's listening to this probably uses any sort of a range of companies, right, whether it be Zero or Intuit, or there's a bunch of them, right? You actually have bank feeds that feed into your compliance department that's giving them this information about what's sitting in there and what's sitting within your reserves, and you match it up to your balance sheet. Well, within crypto, right, what you're able to see is these players are able to say, well, no, I'm not actually giving you access to this, right? Because, then if you have access to this, right, there's the ability to be able to move this. There's the ability to be able to meddle within this. So, people that actually have the keys, and this is why I think it's an inside job, the people that actually have the keys and the ability to be able to move this crypto and to be able to interact with the actual proof of reserves and the actual funds of clients is delegated to the people that are at the top, right? Even the people working under them within the departments is using traditional methods and using traditional financial software and bespoke software to be able to track a checks and balances. Apart from that, you're never going to ask, hey, where's this Bitcoin sitting? Hey, where's this Ethereum sitting? Right? Because it's one, right? The checks and balances is meant to represent that. The ability to be able to feed in a backdoor from that is very, very easy. And that's where the issue comes from, why there's maybe 3 or 4 people at the top that knew that the funds were being misused and rehypothecated, and everybody else presumed that the company was completely solvent and that the asset funds were held within wallets and things that we weren't aware of.
I appreciate answering that question. Just 2 things, guys. Number 1, Top Boy, can you do me a favor? Can you fucking hell, people? Can you just fix your bio to say something like, hey, this is an anon account that I'm using, just so people know that you're using an anon account. Because I know they read your profile photo, the profile description. They're like, the pump never fucking stops. They don't know this is an anonymous account. You're keeping your identity private. Maybe put a black profile photo or question mark so people know this is a private account, because everyone's just making assumptions. So
yeah, and I will verify once again for everyone listening in. I will verify once again for everyone listening in that I personally verified Top Boy's identity, and he is legitimately an FTX insider.
Not only this, like he said, he gave us enough information to fucking validate what he said. So Top Boy, I'll give you a few seconds or a minute to kind of fix that. Also, stop drinking alcohol, man. You'll collapse on us. I want you to try to stay awake with us, because this is like, we've had a lot of cool names on stage, from CZ to Elon Musk and all the other exchanges, and Kraken and Charles Hoskinson and stuff. But for me, this is by far the most clarity we've had regarding the whole FTX saga. So again, Top Boy, tipping my hat to you, bro. I'm really grateful you came on, and I'm fucking I'm humbled to have you on. So I appreciate you doing this and having the fucking balls. Also the tweet, chat, did you make the tweet that I want everyone to see? It took us like fucking 20 minutes to draft the tweet.
Yes, it's doing its 30-second thing. I'm trying to push this in now. There we go.
Send now. All right, so everyone, check the tweet that chat just made, especially you, Top Boy, as you change your description and profile photo. Check the tweet that
I'm going to go ahead and pin it into the space now.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, everyone can check the space above. And I would love you all to comment on it. So that was given by a source. What can you say about the source, chat? What are you allowed to say?
What I can say about the source is they're a blockchain analyst and verified source familiar with the matter, and they actually, they're someone who knows of things deeper than this, but they're showing us what they were able to compile using the publicly available data, publicly available addresses, the ones that are known to be attributed to Luna, Voyager, 3AC, etc.
Okay. And we tried to do a bit of a mind map, whatever you want to call it, about the the information that Top Boy was sharing with us. Also, I want to remind Top Boy and everyone else, the person that shared this information, they said the following, just to give you an idea of the amount of people that are just impacted by this and they're not speaking up, and now they're starting to come up on and speak up. More insiders reaching out to us. Quote, quote, I've been telling my coworkers about this since April, and the smile on my face when this came out on Spaces was as wide as it can go. So the same person that mentioned that said that to us, said it to Chet, is the person that gave us the information. So my team is starting to fall asleep, but I'm trying to wake up more team members to cover the DMs. So anyone that's an insider, DM us, but we also need to validate it. So you need to help us validate it. We'll keep the identity anonymous, and you can come up with an Anon account after we validate your identity, like Top Boy. Top Boy changed his name now to Anon account. Appreciate it, man. So yeah, Top Boy, respect. Rob, you've got a question for Top Boy.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that. And so really, I guess that makes total sense. The ability to kind of create smoke and mirrors in front of, I guess, the people who aren't at the top of the situation. But then in regards to the people who are at the top, I mean, was there never any red flags about the past of some of these people? Specifically, Dan is the one that I'm always going to kind of point to, since he was head of compliance, and a lot of this breaks down to compliancy issues and criminal activity in regards to that. And he does have a history of some pretty shady dealings. So,
I think the problem that really evolves in that is the world kind of aspect at the same time. You have to remember that when this thing was taking off as well, and a motivating factor for it taking off was the fact that we had COVID at the same time, right? So a lot of individuals left, right? It's not like people were working together, right? Most of my work was done through online work, through obviously through whether it be Skype, whether it be online through Microsoft Office, Teams, whatever it may be. There was a big disconnect at the time within the world of actually physically being able to see people. And it's not, you're not really going online and digging into people that you're working with. So a lot of these teams expanded during the COVID period when a lot of people were back home with their families or not working with each other. So what you're seeing here is a disconnect to be able to actually pick up, your bullshit indicator doesn't really go off when you're communicating through whether it be, an online Microsoft Office or a Zoom call. It's very hard to be able to dictate and to be able to pick up people. And once you finish on that call, you're not going and researching them and digging into their history. So I think this was an added factor as well, personally, to, things being able to get out of control and to be completely unrelated, is the fact that all of a sudden the world's operating on different time zones, different places. And what you're seeing is a bunch of people that can't actually comprehend what's happening in front of them because they're not experiencing their everyday dynamics or the interactions or the body language from people.
I also want to mention, Rob, by the way, below 888, I'm trying, finally came up, so it's glitching for me. But Rob, just a broader question, similar to what you mentioned, in that how, and a lot of people are DMing and asking, like, when Brad Garlinghouse from Ripple was on stage and he said, my bullshit meter went off. Elon Musk said the same thing yesterday. CZ said something similar, I think. Kraken said, from memory, Jesse, who was on stage, said something similar. And then the question is, like, why didn't they all speak up? Somewhat, when I asked that question, the answer was really interesting. He's like, who the fuck can they speak up to? Like, who can we? Everyone, and I want to remind everyone, like, we invest in.
It's an unregulated space, people.
Exactly.
Who do you ring, right? Who are you going to speak to, right? What, you're going to speak to your boss and get sacked and not be able to feed your family? Like, there's inherent hurdles for people that even if you thought something was sticky, you're in an unregulated space. Who do you possibly go to? It's not like we're dealing with the SEC where you can go and report whistleblowing and get a percentage of the fucking fines that they dish out to public companies. We're not in this space, right? We're in a space where people are trying to make a living, and it's inherently the verticals within the company are very separate. right? People that are working within treasury and finance aren't dealing with the people that are working into B2B or B2C or within, order book matching or within UI or UX interface. There's a big disconnect within verticals. You're not cross-department analyzing or cross-department interacting with people. People just seem to think that everyone's in the same room and you're completely aware. That's not the case. It's crypto. It's a whole different scene. It's a whole different beast.
I was gonna say BitBoy because he was on stage earlier.
Fuck!
Top Boy.
Don't call me.
Yeah,
Don't call me.
I know.
BitBoy.
Sorry,
Wait,
sorry.
You call me BitBoy, I'll fucking leave straight away.
Yeah, sorry. Listen, we'll go back. We'll go back to the news. So we have another person that's gonna come and disclose more information. That Chet, I think you just verified him. Chet, correct? Chet.
Yes, sorry, I was in the process of trying to get into the invites, but yes,
I'll let you invite him. So we've got another person that's going to come and share more information. And Mr. Anon, you're the reason that we are likely the reason you're encouraging more and more people to reach out to us. And he shared enough evidence to confirm that he is who he is. I also want to say something else in terms of while we're bringing him up. I want to say something else. In terms of who can we complain to, like we had when CZ made the tweet about Sam, he made a tweet very openly about FTX saying, we have concerns, and I think he mentioned Luna in that tweet. And it wasn't even that aggressive. It's not like Alameda's leveraged like fucking crazy. They did illegal shit, which we've had sources tell us that CZ knew about some of the shit they did. That's why he did the tweet. He reached out to Sam. Sam didn't respond positively. And he was forced to make the tweet. That was the information we got early before FTX's collapse. And I made a tweet about it. And so when CZ made that tweet, he got a lot of slack, including from us. And people started saying CZ is trying to destroy a competitor. And those claims came out. And those are logical claims. And that's the issue. If a competitor or another player mentions they're concerned with FTX, it will be seen like a competitor is trying to bring down a competitor. So that's another reason that no one really spoke out. And then there's the herd mentality that humans have. All of us VCs, and I don't know if Kyle is still here. Kyle is still here. Jesus, Kyle. Me, Kyle, and other VCs. Every VC would tell you, Alameda and 3 Hours Capital were two of the top 5 or top 10 VCs in the entire crypto space, and there's hundreds and hundreds of them. They had massive respect from everybody. And we would follow these VCs. So when they make a decision, when 3 Hours Capital borrowed billions, according to Kyle, and there's proof out there, so it's not a claim, borrowed billions based on trust, no collateral. So it gives you an idea of how deep the fucking issue was and how difficult it was to really, for anyone to speak out, whether it's a tweet or speak out to regulators. So that's my 2 cents there, and I'm sure Mr. Anon, you'd agree.
Yeah, 100%.
I see another hand up, Joa Santos. Go ahead, man. While we bring up the new leak.
Hey guys, great job. I just want to kind of simplify things and what Top Boy's saying. It's something that happens in TradFi for many years, and kind of want to highlight the problem. It's what happened with FTX is the same that happened with Enron, where they built a house of cards based on leverage, creating new companies. And we take leverage, right? The difference is the government then stepped in and increased money supply. If you go look at money supply from 2002 to 2008, it was a bigger increase than we had in the last decade, right? FTX basically did the same thing, except they did it with FTT. So they were both the government and the company that created a house of cards.
Correct.
Right. But what I wanted to point out is that the big issue, why isn't there a problem with FTX US? Right? And I think
what do you mean there's no problem?
Yeah, there is a problem now, yeah.
They're part of the bankruptcy proceedings, so they filed for bankruptcy as well.
Well, that's probably a good asset that they brought in to cover for the bad.
But the point,
assets,
I think the point you're making is that regulation would have prevented this or at least made it more likely to prevent this. Is that the point you're making, Joe?
Yeah, but where we're headed is a bad thing. So the banks, when you put your money in a bank, it's the bank's money. When you put your money in a brokerage, it's still your money. It's not the brokerage's money, right? And that's the two different regulations in the industry, and that's why really wealthy people use brokerages almost as their banks, right? What happens is brokerages are like that because if they showed what they had on deposit, on reserve, other firms would short them and take over the brokerage, right? What happens in the crypto world outside of the US for the most part is they're both the bank and the brokerage. If we start showing proof of reserves, it makes it really easy to go attack another company, especially if they're giving out loans, because we know from Top Boy and other people that it's these brokerages that give out loans or take loans or over leverage that are the real problem, right? If you know what the reserves are, you can take them under.
So we now have the whistleblower. We have the whistleblower.
So George, if you don't mind, sorry, Mr. Santos, we'll give you the mic in a bit, but we do have the whistleblower on stage. So if that's okay, we'll give him the mic.
He's a member expert of the Digital Currency Global Initiative, and I'll let you introduce yourself from there, Thierry.
Thierry, are you there?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I have three roles. One is as an expert for CBDCs in the UNITU, and then the other role, the one I take the most part of, is as the CEO and chairman of AGAU. We're based in Switzerland. Now, my contribution here in relation to this thing, and I'm trying to be careful with the words I'm using because I'm using my public persona here, but essentially, this is not a new let's say issue. There was a whistleblower request already back in June 19 of this year. I shared the link. Essentially, a bunch of regulators were already looking into this for two reasons. The first one is there was a request by the CISEC looking into some broker scam mentioning KDNA Financial Services, and that was then tied up to the FTX group. And on the basis of that, a bunch of other regulators, and this is, the FINMA in Switzerland, the CISEC, but also many others. So there's Gibraltar Financial Services Commission, there's the Security Commission of the Bahamas, there's ASIC from Australia, and OSTRAC also from Australia. So there were few persons of interest, and those persons of interest are basically usually the directors of the company. Okay, now I spoke to one of the directors of FTX over the last couple of days. And I'm not going to mention names because I don't want to, but those are one of those persons of interest, right? So people who have signature powers on the companies in the registry of companies, and those were the ones that apparently were under the radar for these regulators, right? Now, the person I spoke to that is involved with the FTX Europe. So when there is a chart, actually, the main two entities that were essentially driving the entire company was FTX Trading in this case, and FTX Europe AG, which is the one in Switzerland. There was a process of essentially getting all of the entities under one umbrella, right? And within that, my contact, and this is a friend of mine, so I had very, very, very transparent conversations with the guy over the last week, and then I called him to know how he felt about the situation. To my understanding, he wasn't aware of any of the big wrongdoings here. You see, so I think he was really, really close to SBF, because I actually happen to think that some people were in an unfortunate position where they were even framed into taking responsibilities that they weren't necessarily aware of what they were signing on to. See, so I'm going to keep it at that for now. But the other thing I want to mention also
before I go to the next point, Thierry, just if you don't mind, we summarize this point for the audience, if that's okay, Chet, because I know you've been speaking to Thierry. Thierry, tu parles français?
Oui, je parle français, but
voilà.
I speak
Enchanté.
Spanish and English too.
Oh, welcome. Chet, do you want to summarize the point that Thierry just made? Chet, are you there? Chet, you're muted. I don't know if you can
I
hear
mean,
me.
in a nutshell, it's not a new thing because there was an
Umbrella,
investigation already before.
Umbrella, do you want to summarize what we just said? Because Chet is not able to unmute. Guys, don't tell me Twitter Spaces is glitching again.
Chet, can you hear Mario?
I can hear you.
Oh yeah,
I
go
can
ahead,
hear
bro.
you.
Yeah, cool. So who would like to summarize the point that was made with Thierry? Because my audio wasn't that great. Anyone heard it and can summarize it for the audience?
Well, maybe I can try in 2 sentences again.
Please
right?
do, yeah, please, because my audio is not great. So if you could try again, that would be great.
So basically, the first thing is that this is not a new thing. This was already a whistleblower request.
There has been
whistleblowers
request. Okay, whistleblower request regarding FTX.
Yes, from back in June, in regards to an investigation that was related to KDNA Financial Services. Okay.
What's KDNA? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, regarding investigation, what does KDNA have to do with FTX?
So it's one. You see, FTX was purchasing a lot of and rescuing a lot of broker dealers essentially and traders.
Okay.
So
and KDNA, how are they involved?
I will share you a link where there's basically the company structures, right, of the different companies here.
Yeah, the companies under FTX, yes? Alameda FTX, correct?
And then the directorates, meaning the persons of interest under that investigation, right? Now, the thing is, I spoke to one of the directors.
Okay. Well, directors, sorry, Thierry, definitely, no problem. Directors of one of the companies under the Alameda FTX umbrella, correct?
It is FTX okay. Europe, right? So there was a process of essentially consolidating all of the ownership of the companies onto one entity. And in other words, trying to do some legal arbitrage should something go wrong. So that
I can guess, you don't have to confirm this or anything, but I want to mention to the audience that I'm not saying this is the person, and just making a point, and I'm not saying they're connected. And Thierry, I know you don't mention names, but
what I'm trying to say
I want to go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. So I just want to mention that the father of Sam is I think someone told me, he sent me evidence that sent me screenshots on a university website. He's a professor and he deals with tax havens and you know everything related to tax. So a few people are making allegations that he was part of the whole tax structure and tax avoidance and the whole maze that FTX created. But back to your point, so you spoke to a person of interest at FTX who confirmed that FTX was essentially consolidating their companies for what reason? To avoid tax or to avoid legal issues?
Look, there's two different things. That person didn't tell me. It's the allegations that are public knowledge from this investigation. And that investigation was basically looking for whistleblowers in order to confirm that. So that's one thing. The other thing is when I spoke to one of the persons of interest, and this is a friend of mine, so I'm also trying to give clarity onto who was aware of what. And it seemed to me that some people were not aware of any of the wrongdoings, as even though they might have high responsibility. So I think it was really close to SBF, entourage, because in a way, I felt like my friend was getting framed into taking responsibilities that he didn't want to take. That's basically my impression. Okay, so
got it.
You take that and you do.
Yeah, I got it. So in this point here, what you're saying is that you spoke to a friend of yours who's in a position that has responsibilities at FTX, who confirmed that he had no idea of what's going on,
exactly,
and others didn't as well. Meaning that this whole fucking saga was pretty much engineered or was kept close by SBF and a small circle, and many others
Right.
others have
Well,
made
I
this claim.
wouldn't say that for certain, but that's the impression I had, right?
Okay.
And then I'll send you the link about the whistleblower request that backs way back in June. So they were already under the radar at the time, right? And I think that's also why Binance didn't want to pursue after they saw that this was the case. Yeah. So you cannot also, like, this also gives you a cue as of to why Binance doesn't want to pursue any danger like that, right? Because I mean, there's red flags. So whenever you want to do an acquisition, there's red flags like that, right? So that's that. Then the final thing I want to mention is, way back from 2018, I met Cesar at the United Nations, and I met with almost most of the exchanges and protocols. I've been telling them to secure the reserves in gold in Switzerland for two reasons. One
For
is that,
telling FTX.
yeah, well, obviously because my friend is the director there now, unfortunately for him. But I've been saying that to almost all exchanges over the last 5 years, because for two reasons. One, you want to have neutral money, because today everybody who has an account with the moment you touch a dollar, the moment
I went on CryptoQuant and checked, and there's 324,000 ETH currently sitting in
No,
Crypto.com.
so there's Fubar has a tweet, and they did it. It happened all live on stage. So they had a wallet that ran out of ETH. Apparently, they ran out of ETH for gas. I think they said that, or someone said that. So Fubar himself, so he's one of the chain analysts that he's been in the space for a long time. He tweeted that, and our team verified it, or Chet verified it during the show. And I'm gonna just mute you because I can hear you pour another drink. Stop fucking alcohol, man. You haven't stopped pouring drinks, man. I just muted. But just to
I just
guys,
dropped
I
it
just
all,
tweeted
the
whistleblower request from back in June.
Okay,
yes,
I've
just pinned it up to the space to the top of the space here for anyone who wants to see what Thierry just
you
put
can
up there.
see there where and why it was coming from, and I think that was probably the reason why CZ backtracked, because that probably popped a red flag in there. So when people assimilate bad intentions to him, sometimes
we have another Jesus Christ. We have another fucking whistleblower coming on being verified. Well, there's many, but another one that seems to be verified. Chet, the team verified one. If you can check the fucking group.
I am checking right now.
Perfect. So we have another whistleblower about to come on stage, guys. Press are gonna be having a blast listening to this. I do want to mention, so just about the gas. I don't know who was below or whoever was responding.
Yep.
So they apparently ran out, but within seconds, I think within a minute or two, they just propped it up with significant ETH very quickly, and then speakers started to question like, what these things shouldn't be happening. So this is one example, and obviously we went deep and analyzed the Gate.io transfer, the fat finger mistake, quote unquote, that we were pretty skeptical about. So it's just more indicators that raise questions at a time where everyone is watching every single wallet, every single exchange very, very carefully. And we had the founders of Kraken, of an executive at Mexi, the founder of Binance, CZ. We had the Canadian exchange, I forgot the name. We had a bunch of people come on, a bunch of exchanges come on and clarify things. But Crypto.com, Chris, despite all the concerns, he pays a fuck ton of money to be on UFC and on TV and all that shit. But when he's someone sent me information about how much they spent on ads, now he's got a chance to come speak for free to a pretty big audience, press, even regulators, and he didn't accept. So just we're looking for clarity, and that's why we mentioned those things below. I'll give the mic to Rob. You've had your hand up for a while, man. What's your question, bro?
Thank you, Mario. I wanted to go back to something that Thierry you were touching on. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong, but mainly 2 points on liquidity and leverage. And, I think in this context, like, is it not fair to say that when we're looking at these exchanges in terms of liquidity, like, how, like, in the origin of, let's say, FTX specifically, like, where did the liquidity even originate? Like, was it straight up they just kind of produced it in
They
FTT through
basically printed it out of
funneling?
nowhere. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
I mean, they're printing money off of essentially what is printed money.
So look, I mean, let's imagine you have a, because to me, I'm a gold guy, so to me everything is a shitcoin, right? But let's imagine you have a shitcoin or a Bitcoin, and then you want to discount it on the traditional financial system, right? What you will do, I mean, there's clear rules in Switzerland, for example. They will discount it to 800%, right? So what it would mean is for you to take a crypto and make it an equivalent of a dollar, you need to have $8 for it, and then they'll be able to lend you $1. Now, this is not the case everywhere, right? In other jurisdictions, they might not discount it 8 times. They might just discount it 90%. They might give you 90% loan to value. They might give you count it as if it was real, right? But the thing is that we all know these tokens do not have proper liquidity. There's still too much pump and dump and fake trades and spoofing and all of that. So essentially, you look at the pandemic and the Squid Game pump, right? And then you reach $2 trillion. Yeah, but there's no liquidity, so the thing just dumps right back. So even if you have so-called $100 billion worth to spend to rescue so-called the community, and you spend $20 billion because that's all they can lend you, the minute your token goes down 80%, I mean, you're toast. Everything is margin called, and then there is the ripple effect. So essentially, that's exactly what happens, right? That's why when Cesar texts and says, don't trust those exchanges who back their reserves by tokens. I mean, he's totally right. At the end of the
Well,
day.
right. So
And
so
Terry,
they're
just
essentially just
quickly,
sleight of
just
handing, or
sorry, just
one.
who's
Yeah, go
speaking?
ahead.
Sorry. Oh, Rob, just I want to add something, Terry, just to give you an idea of how bad it was. So obviously, Mr. Anon, who's still drinking too much alcohol, he mentioned how the reason that Alameda FTX, how Sam wanted to acquire Voyager and others, is they held a lot of FTX tokens. And because he's using, FTT tokens, FTX, FTT tokens. And because, for the audience to understand,
Yeah.
because FTX is using those tokens as collateral to borrow money, to fuck around with it, they cannot afford their token to drop down in value too much, because then their collateral drops down and their margin called. So
Correct.
and it gets even worse. It gets even worse.
You,
They've even had another coin, just quickly, they've had another coin, I forgot what it's called, Serum. And the coin circulating market supply was 80 million, and they had $2 billion worth of that token. Just gives you an idea how bad it was.
And you've
So,
got to
I
this
mean,
is
understand.
look
exactly
at
Look,
Dogecoin. I mean,
looking
do
at
you
the
really think it's worth more than Credit Suisse? I mean,
no,
at some
not at all.
point it was $23 billion market cap, but
Yeah,
we all know it doesn't exist.
yeah.
I
And
mean, I've
this
had
is
real people at Credit Suisse working 15 years doing M&A deals, and they had shares that were obviously going down. But when you look at like Dogecoin, it cannot be that a $14 trillion balance sheet is equal to a meme. Like that
yeah.
just doesn't
And
exist, guys.
this is
right.
the problem as well. Like, if you look at the balance sheet that's been like put out, right, the balance sheet of what's left of FTX, right, they're operating at 12.6% leverage, right? If you apply 12.6% leverage to anything, there's a lot of money floating in the system that's not accounted for off ramp fiat. And that's the problem that everybody overlooks. Like, everybody's talking about crypto, that's fine. But you've got to remember, right, there's leverage in the system that expects to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
ordered into fiat. And that's where the real fucking problem resides,
Totally.
right?
If you want to create panic right now, I mean, yeah, by all means, take your tokens out of the exchanges. But the bigger problem is if you take your money out of the bank,
Yeah,
everybody's
thank you.
toast.
No, this is the exact point that I eventually wanted to get to, is that there is a true liquidity problem, and this is truly a it's a good example of what
It's
could happen in
systemic.
a much larger scale.
Yeah, it's totally
But the
systemic.
difference is here too, like there is no bailouts that are going to happen in terms of crypto. In terms of banking institutions, you can have intervention in some, regard.
Exactly. We miss out on Bilo. I know you wanted to speak, and I know Anon was unmuted. I muted you, Anon, just because I heard you pour another drink. So I let Bilo speak, and then Crypto King to ask the question.
Yeah, just very quickly, isn't it the case that it's even worse? Isn't it the case that they're actually using a fully diluted market cap to value to value their worth, not even the circulating market cap?
Yeah, I mean, like the even whatever you want to look at it, there's just not enough liquidity. It's like the price discovery in crypto is fugazi, and
So just for the audience to understand, pretty much everything we're saying, conclusion is they said they have X money, but they had 90-something% less than the money they had, and that's because the money wasn't actual money. It was tokens that had very little value. They made it seem much higher. So pretty much they fucked around with the amount of assets they have, and they did not hold one-to-one assets for the users that were using FTX, which is the biggest concern that people have with various exchanges right now. King, what's up, bro? What's the question, man?
Hey, Mario. I appreciate you running these for like nonstop all week. Super impressed, bro. So
Thanks,
thank
bro.
you.
Thanks,
But a couple points on topics that were being discussed earlier. So in stocks or in anything besides crypto, it would be a major red flag if your underlying, quote, currency was the reserves. So how can reserves, fully diluted, even though uncirculating, possibly be the platform's underlying currency? They literally just printed money, pegged it to a price, and said, this is how much we have, and took out huge loans on it that when their currency fell under a certain price are being margin called. So that's the situation we're in.
Yeah, but this is greed, and it happens also. I mean, ask Elon Musk how he buys Twitter, for example. You think he sells all his shares? No, he collateralized with his own shares of Tesla and so on. So it's systemic. Everybody does that. It's just that some of the stuff works better than others. But the elephant in the room is you have an 8% fractional reserve system where if you have if you take the top 1% of depositors in any bank, they probably own more than 8% of the deposits. If they just cash it out, the whole system is toast. It's just that like Top Boy said, they're not going to bail out the crypto market, but they will definitely print as infinity and close the banks overnight, like they did in Cyprus in the normal system. That's the difference.
Correct, and look, that protects institutions, but it doesn't protect everybody that's on this space that's a retail investor, and that's the sad part about it. It's another foul in the system.
So it's a major red flag when it's a major red flag when any project is using their printed money, especially in crypto, because we know how easy it is just to print an ERC20 or print a token on Solana.
But the entire system is printed. Look at what they printed. 40% of the world's money the last 2 years. So it's like it's like the US dollar saying, "Hey, okay, I'm a Ponzi scheme, but my Ponzi scheme is bigger than yours." And guess what? We don't like competition, so you guys can F yourselves, and then
there is a big
bust.
difference, though. There is a big difference there. As bad as it is with the US dollar printing, you have no choice but to use the US dollar. We have a choice not to use FTT, and that's the big problem.
Yeah, my Ponzi scheme is bigger than yours. That's what it says. Guys, get gold and get protected. That's all I'm saying,
Well, definitely have some gold. But regarding the CEO layoffs, or the CEO, not layoffs, but step downs, in the stock market in 2019, before all the horrible numbers came out and before COVID really popped off, it was the biggest mass step down in history. More than 1,400 CEOs stepped down over a very short period. So as we saw in crypto, right as everything was about to hit the fan, the people that knew, the people who were about to get quote caught for it, they pass the hot potato to the next person because they're not wanting to get in trouble for what they did. And if someone else is in the position when the hammer comes down, they're the ones who's being looked at. So the same thing happens in stocks as we're demonstrating. The same thing happens in banks. It's just now it's coming to light in crypto in a massive way because $15 billion plus were lost in the last week.
Chet, are you going through all the fucking DMs in the group? Because I want you to verify them so we can share them, man. It's just a lot. I'm not able to keep up. But to go back to the point, Anon, are you there with us, man?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, man, I want to get your thoughts. How deep do you think this is among other exchanges? Because you did talk about Silvergate, which is the onboard, offboarding public company, and where you know, we had a debate about it earlier. So, how many more exchanges do you feel they're impacted? That's number one. Number two, Crypto.com, in terms of the, I don't know if you read about the issue with Gate and the quote unquote fat finger mistake. What are your thoughts on that and other allegations against Crypto.com?
Yeah, look, these are only my thoughts, right? So, as far as what I think that your exchanges such as Binance, Kraken, OKX, your exchanges that operate purely within the techno kind of capacity. So, exchanges that are purely operating and taking money from transactions, that don't operate with loans, that don't operate with desks, that don't operate with leverage. I feel like they're your safe bet, right? So your Krakens, your Binance, those exchanges are very good, very secure. I feel like your exchanges that have meddled within any sort of leveraged instrument or any sort of instruments that carries debt, whether it be crypto.com, your FTX, your Voyagers, your BlockFis, and it obviously goes on. Also, be aware of any exchanges that operate their own coin. Binance is separate. They operate a layer one coin. As you mentioned earlier, BNB, it's a bit separate. But any company that's operating within that kind of space, that operates a desk or loans, that's printing coins, is a little bit sus to me. It's a little bit of a double standards and a little bit of conflict of interest to be able to provide that to your customers. It doesn't make sense. So I would be aware of that. As far as contagion goes, I don't know the actual, obviously with Silvergate, I don't know what their exposure is. I'm sure that'll come out over time. I would just be careful if you're operating on an exchange like crypto.com, or you're operating on an exchange that really doesn't, one, provide your proof of funds, and secondly, that is operating within those kind of leverage instruments or debt instruments. I would be looking to, one, move your money to a hard cold wallet, or I'd be looking to move it to an exchange that has provided proof of funds that doesn't really operate within that space of leverage or debt instruments.
And I know you lost just under $3 million, so you're already through enough pain. But how many fucking years did that set us back? How long do you think it will take before we start getting some?
Look, I think it's bad for the industry, but I think it's also good, right? Like, I think CZ pointed this out as well, right? What it does is it provides self-regulation. If you look at JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, all of these companies, right, they're all actually, if you actually look into the means of how they're regulated, they're all self-regulated within a platform, right? They self-regulate each other. So
what do you mean? What do you mean they're self-regulating? Don't they? They have to follow
they own
a plethora
system,
of regulations.
But look, I mean, if you think 3 Arrow was bad, this is a bit much worse. But the positive out of this is that we're finally gonna get the hopefully people are gonna demand the transparency that the blockchain is about. That's, I think, the end game is like proof of reserve is definitely something people are gonna be working on.
Ratatura, go ahead, man. You've got a question. You got to unmute Ratatura. What's up, man?
Yeah, hey guys, how you going?
Good, bro.
Kudos to all of you for the space. Loving the information. It's fantastic. Hats off to all of you. My question is regarding wrapped tokens on the Solana network in terms of wrapped BTC, wrapped ETH. Do we know whether Alameda was the custodian for the tokens backing all of that liquidity? And if so, what does that mean for the DeFi network, the DeFi side of Solana?
Anon, do you want to try to take this one?
You want me to answer that one?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, as far as DeFi goes, I mean, DeFi is set by a bunch of protocols and a very strict outlining of smart contracts. The DeFi protocols were not affected so much as the CeFi protocols. You can see that very clearly within what's happened. Your AVE or whatever it may be, Compound, these held up very well against the market. And it's purely, once again, they weren't relying on attorneys. They weren't relying on banks. They weren't relying on courts to implement and to make sure that the follow through of capital was preserved and was actually paid forward. So those DeFi protocols show, a lot of resilience within this because, once you went below your LTV, which is your loan to value, whether that be 70%, 30%, 50%, whatever that may be, once that protocol determined that your loan to value was not respected and you didn't top that up, then your money was instantly taken, your collateral was paid out to the opposing party. So DeFi protocols in this case showed resilience. They also showed that having a strict understanding of credit creation within the system was important, and those protocols withstood the brunt of the market. So DeFi definitely won in this case. CeFi is where the failures happened, and the failures happened because you're able to rehypothecate funds. You're able to do things external from a smart contract, and you're able to do things shady and under the books. So I don't think DeFi is as much affected within this case. I think DeFi is very secure. You also saw that during the bankruptcy proceedings and FTX going under, Sam was scrabbling and was definitely pulling money from those DeFi protocols that hadn't been affected, right? That money hadn't been wiped out. It hadn't been rehypothecated. So those DeFi funds definitely, prevailed. And that's what CeFi needs to approach. If CeFi wants to operate within this, they need to create credit profiles. They need to create your credit default swaps. They need to implement the same things that these smart contract protocols are implementing, and they need to really implement them within a CeFi protocol and follow strict regulation. Without that, then they can't succeed.
And I've another question for you, Anon. First, I've got, I know, Chet, you're trying to verify this information, but it's just too obvious not to share. Nothing major, something expected. So Sam is, again, this one is unverified, but pretty obvious for me. Sam is under house arrest. He's also being brought in and out of questioning at the moment. So it brings me up to a question, if you don't mind, Anon. How nefarious do you think Sam was, and this is more opinion, versus negligent and stupid? Did he intentionally, do illegal things to make money, or he tried to get too carried away by trying to outsmart the system?
Look, I can answer that question straight away. I think, look, being involved within the space as well and startup space externally, I advise as well to a lot of companies, right? I currently advise to maybe 7 or 8 companies that are currently within, traditional and crypto space. What ends up happening and what you see very quickly when you scale at very large volume is you see a person's ability to be able to handle and to be able to control what's happening with the company start to expand, right? If you don't have experience with handling these things, it becomes a very dangerous situation. What I think you see with Sam is I think Sam had the right intentions, but I think the capacity and the people he had around him very much swerved out of control very quickly. I think his scalability was at a very high level. And I think with all the QE and the market going nuts, I think it was at a very big level. And him stretched between 2 companies that are completely opposites, one operating as a desk that trades against customers and tries to make money and finds alpha within the market, is completely coinciding and conflicting with his platform that's a technology company that processes trades and executes trades for customers. What you've seen here, I think, is a meddling of those 2 things together. And what I think you see is not only a loss of control and understanding of how those things conflict with each other, but I think as well, it's an interesting situation with Sam. You see this effective altruism. And I think this comes with a compulsive liar. I think once he got into the midst of things, he was a very compulsive liar. And I think he used his effective altruism within himself to justify the means of what he was doing was okay. And I think this is a very dangerous thing, right? I think when somebody comes, and engages themselves with these concepts and these beliefs, you're able to sleep good at night knowing that, hey, yeah, I'm rehypothecating funds and I'm redirecting things. But deep down, you have this internal belief that you're helping the world. And I think this mix of this, very effective altruism and this very gun-ho, I'm going to change the world, very much he started to believe the lies that he was saying. And I think this is the dangerous path that he kind of went down. And in the end, it ended up to be his demise. But, it's a very easy path to go down when you start to scale at that kind of revenue and you start to get that kind of interest and you're the golden boy. the problems expand and they expand. And what you're trying to do is feed the lie. And you go to bed every night saying, hey, I'm going to change the world and this is okay. Almeida's made some bad trades, but, we'll trade ourselves out of this. And at the end of the day, I'm going to change the world. I think this is a mix of bad effective altruism. And I think this is a mix of, it is kind of sinister in the sense that he thought that he was going to, at the end, create some sort of difference in the world. But the problem was he was using everybody else's money to do this when he didn't have the right to do that. And that's the problem.
Yeah, hold on. I think he knew what he was doing, though.
That was explained really well.
100%.
He's not stupid. He's not
compulsive.
stupid. He knows the financial systems. He knows what collateral means. He knows it was over leveraged. He knows 100%. The leverage and the assets were fugazi. He knows the FTT tokens were printed as if he was a central bank printing his own money. And quite frankly, I have close friends now who might, I don't know if they knew or if they don't know, but my understanding is they didn't know. And I think he framed a lot of people into having positions and look, destroying lives.
I'm in the same position, and I'm not defending him, but I also have to understand. And when you break this down, you're very naive if you don't try to understand people's perspective and brains and wavelengths that they work on, right? So yes.
Well, 100%. I have no sympathy, quite frankly.
No. Hey, look, I don't have sympathy either, right? But he's a compulsive liar. But you need to understand as well what happens behind the brains of a compulsive liar for this to happen, right? And this is what we've seen stem from it, right? So no, 100%. I don't look. I lost more money than probably most people lost within this whole fiasco, right? So I definitely don't have sympathy for him. But what I do is I break it down and I understand from an intellectual perspective that this guy, right, was making himself go to sleep at night and was believing that what he was doing was right. And I
have a question for you. You said you were working over there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So is it true though that you guys could buy FTT tokens at a discount and you were kind of lured yourselves into kind of buying into this so that you can essentially profit?
Okay, so I didn't buy into that, right? So like anything, like if you were looking at MEI stock options or you look at any sort of stock options, it was packaged up to people within the company. Like you can buy options within the company at a 50% discount. Yes, that's correct.
But in a way, like there's two big like moral dilemmas here, right? The first thing is that that basically the price can drop down to 50% because that's essentially the price you're offering it to the people inside the company. I understand the concept of stock options, but in a way, you're luring your own employees into because I also want to make the difference between the employees who are suffering from this, right? Because you see the Giselle Butchen and the models suffering because they put they've put their savings there, but you cannot tell me the guy didn't know he was printing money out of thin air and he was just basically screwing up both his employees and the people around.
Theory. This is okay to say, right? But it's also naive for you to say that because, look, I work within treasuries and I have a very deep understanding of traditional financial markets, right? So for me, I didn't invest in that, right? Because I know that I can get a risk to reward ratio that's better somewhere else, right? But you've got to remember, you've got customer service agents, right? You've got people that are sales agents, right? You've got people that are involved within this that have no technical understanding. They have no investment understanding. All they see is the same thing.
Maybe they understand, but there's just greed. When you're saying you got 50% discount on something, did you have a lockout period?
Theory, that's ridiculous, mate, right? Look, me as an investor, 100. No, I'm going to call you out on this, right? 100%, I understand, right? Because I understand from a deep understanding, right? And I spend many years of my life understanding this, right? But you have customer service agents, you have people's wives, girlfriends that came onto this company as customer service agents that answer the phone. These people don't understand financials. They don't understand how collateral or tokens or rehypothecation of funds work. They don't understand the deep, intricate understandings of this. All they understand is they see SPF on the news that's making these purchases and has a $32 billion net worth, and they're being offered financial securities, right? Because this is what they are, regardless of if you call them utility tokens or not, at a 50% discount. You can't say that these people are greedy. No fucking way. I'm not going to let you say that these people thought they were
Hold
greedy.
on, Toboy.
No,
Yeah,
these
I'm just gonna
people
pick
thought
up on something you said. Like you said, girlfriends are being hired to do some other parts of the business because in my world, that's a big no-go. You don't want to have conflict of interest in
theory,
there within the firm.
theory,
Terry, I think you're
get
misunderstanding what he's saying, Terry. I really do.
theory, get a grip, mate, right? Look, these people, right, are brought into the company, right? You should kick Theory out, right? Because he's just talking
You
nonsense,
should
right?
stop drinking, though. I'm just saying.
No, guys, I think you're both. It's a good discussion, guys. It's a good discussion, guys. I actually
but
enjoyed this. Go
I'm,
ahead.
I'm just trying to make the debate interesting, Toboy. I
No,
understand what you're saying.
I think it's a very worthwhile discussion, guys, because you guys are giving us the most clarity on the
Look,
situation.
it's a good, and you guys say I'm drinking, right? Look, listen, I'm Australian. I can drink all night, and I can still talk 100%, right? And I understand this stuff. What I'm saying, right, is it's no different. You have customer service agents, right? You have people working in parts of this company that have no understanding of financial instruments or the way that these things are moved within markets. Right, what they're seeing, right, is they're seeing on the face value the same thing everyone else is seeing, right? They're seeing this company take out, right, the naming rights to stadiums. They're seeing this guy all over the news as some guy that's pledging money towards charity. They're seeing all these things, right? They're seeing a company go from 1 billion in revenue to being valued at 38 billion. What they think is when Sam comes to them and says, hey, I can give you stock at a 50% discount, what they're actually breaking that down to is not greed, like Theory says. That's sad to say, right? They're not breaking it down into greed. They're thinking this is an opportunity for their family, for their future. No different from people that were investing within this space. They're thinking this
No,
is
they're
a
victims
good
too, though. That's what
opportunity.
I'm saying.
I didn't take any of these options because I'm a bit smarter than these people, but I feel sorry for them that people buried their wealth.
No,
right,
we
and their
agree on that.
savings.
We agree on that. They're also victims. I mean, they got lured into buying these things
100%.
themselves, right?
Yeah, and it's a worse lure
but I
into.
still want to pick on what you said. Like, do you think, like, because you said like there's people who come on board, their girlfriends or somebody, and then the customer service. I mean, in my world, like there's a risk management stuff to be done there also, right? You're not gonna have like the risk manager or the compliance working with the trader, right? So, and if they're both boyfriends and girlfriend, like, do you think these things were going on in the company?
No, but look, did I ever say that either? No, I didn't. Right, like what happens, right, is like with any company, right? People are looking for customer service agents, right? They're looking for people that have experience within certain elements, right? No, they didn't miss, they didn't cross mingle, they didn't do any of these things. But when people were looking for jobs, and this company grew at a very quick rate, right? You've got to remember from 2019 to 2021, they went from a $5 million raise to an $800 million raise at a $32 billion valuation. This is where you need to understand traditional finance, right? Within these spaces, you're looking for people that have talent. You're looking for people with experience, right? All of a sudden, recommendations and referrals come in to be able to push people through any sort of hiring process. So what I'm saying is people that were brought into this were brought in under the assumption that this was a great company. This was people that were experiencing some great growth, some great career opportunities, and a company that was, skyrocketing to the top. So these people were very unaware of what was actually happening behind the scenes with the rehypothecation and the collateralization of FTT and all of these things. These individuals were no better off than retail investors, right? But the bad thing
I agree on that. That's why I came in here, is to say that I spoke to even directors from there, and I don't think everybody was aware. I actually think this is going to ruin their lives, and that's
yep, 100%. And I can say from firsthand experience, there was maybe 6 people aware. Everybody else, there was no possible way for you to be aware because of the way that the infrastructure was created and the ability to be able to defraud checks and balances. Even the external auditor would not have known what was happening within this company. And I know that the external auditor made probably close to $1 billion within revenue from this company over the course of the period of 3 to 4 years, yet that external auditor never had access to the proper checks and balances and the actual what was floating around within the money. So I think Theory's claim to say that these people, all I'm saying is everybody's in the same boat. Whether you're a retail investor, you're an employee, everybody got fucking scammed. You can't You can't say that somebody was greedy, right, and that's their downfall. That's a very poor understanding. You know
Yeah,
what
I
I mean?
think that's not what I meant.
Let's see. I've did a poll quickly, guys, just to see what the audience thinks, whether it was reckless or it was all intentional. And I have a feeling most people will vote. Let's see if anyone voted yet. It was glitched for me.
Hey, so we have to issue a correction very quickly
Alright,
here to some prior breaking news that came from Reuters about Hobie. Hobie has contacted us and informed us directly that they were separate from the entity that, so Hobie Technology, Reuters did not make this clear in their alerts initially here. So Hobie Technology is separate to Hobie Exchange. Hobie Technology is the one that was affected. So I've gone ahead and deleted the tweet, of course, once they let this know us. But of course, I'm updating the space here as well. Hobie will, of course, also make a statement just to make sure that everyone knows that they are separate entities. But just wanted to make that clarification as soon as we got that word.
Yeah, please. Can you quote retweet their statement and then put a tweet out saying reports by Reuters about Huobi blah 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 is inaccurate as Huobi Technology, whatever it's called, is the one impacted.
The reports by Reuters were accurate. Technically, it's just that they didn't. It wasn't clear enough in the report what they were talking about.
Unclear that whatever they're unclear, etc. But yeah, I'll go to Piotr and Rob. Guys, I want to, before we move on, if you have a different point, and Matt, if we can just stick to the point, I'm actually curious to get more thoughts on this. It's a really good debate. How guilty? Was it intentional by Sam to do what he did? Or was it? Oh shit! There's 1,000 votes, and it's actually more split than I thought. I respect the audience. The audience seems to be objective. 68% said it was intentional, and 30% said he was reckless and fucked up, which is a nice
I don't
balance.
think he was intentional to fuck his own company, but he was definitely aware that that could happen, and he was definitely reckless and stupid. And he knew what he was doing. He's not a moron. He knows what collateral means,
By the way, Anon, I muted you, Anon, so you can unmute if you want to speak. Go ahead. Sorry, who was speaking?
That was me. I was saying, I mean, when you look at his investments, none of them on their face are necessarily that terrible. But when you combine all of those high-risk bets together, you kind of have to assume, at the very least, he was incompetent when it came to the amount of risk he put within his portfolio.
Yeah, 100%. What I'll say here is regardless of the outcome of whether he was aware or not, the fact is he crossed the line when he transferred customers' funds to cover Alameda. He should have let Alameda go broke, right? When 3AC and when Luna went broke, he should have let Alameda go insolvent, right? It's not a big thing within the industry to have a hedge fund or a trading desk go broke. It happens all the time. It's the normal, right? It happens. We saw Citadel go broke with GME. We saw a bunch of companies go broke. This is normal.
It goes back to your point that he had an image to maintain. He was seen as the god of crypto, and he wanted to maintain that image.
He had already engaged within regulators. He'd already engaged in this bigger conspiracy kind of fucking whatever his goal was. But the problem is, right, is he crossed the line, and this is 100%. He's guilty of fraud, and he should do jail time. He crossed the line when he transferred clients' money, right, into Alameda to continue to exploit his trading desk. Once he did that, it doesn't matter what he did before that. It doesn't matter if he was aware, any of that, right? That right there is fraud, right? And it's wrong, and he's cost a lot of people money, right? He still could have salvaged the situation prior to that. The moment that he transfers customers' funds that are sitting there within a deposit for a set asset, right? Once you've done that, you're an Enron, right? You've committed fraud. So this is the issue, right? It doesn't matter if he was aware all of this. It's all bullshit. It doesn't matter about his effective altruism. It doesn't matter about what he thought he was doing to help the world. The moment he transferred, he should have let Alameda go broke. And this was his downfall.
Know about the backdoor too. I mean, he put a backdoor in there so he could do this. Really, this just comes down to he was so cocky. He thought he could invest this money. He could make way more money, get way more power, control, influence, which was clearly what he actually wanted based on his donations. So he clearly did this to some degree on purpose. If he wasn't on purpose, why would he put the backdoor in there? So clearly, I mean, you can't say he was completely innocent in this.
I can tell you right now, he didn't put the backdoor in there. I can tell you that it was someone within his close circle that put the back door in there. But if anybody thinks that Sam is an effective developer and the brains behind the development, behind the Alameda training desk, behind all of that, he's not the brains. He's not the developer. He studied physics at MIT. he's not the developer that everybody thinks he is, right? That comes down.
But
to Gary Wang.
he could have also had someone though do it for him. He doesn't necessarily have to be doing the coding himself.
Gary Wang, who's his CTO, who's the co-founder of FTX, right? Sam did not have the capacity to be able to execute what happened with the backdoor and what happened and what followed so quickly and so fluently. That was not Sam's doing, right? Sam
and Gary, do you think Gary was instructed by Sam to create that backdoor?
Yeah, correct. 100%.
That's my guess. So he had access to it though.
Yeah, of course.
Undeniably, he had access.
It was done on Sam's accord, and Sam would have pulled the trigger on it. But what I'm saying is Sam's not the brains that everybody thinks either, right? There were other players within this sphere that made this happen, right? Without Gary, Sam wouldn't have been able to execute that. So they're all as guilty as each other, right?
And can you remind the audience that backdoor, which backdoor you're referring to?
Yeah, so I'm talking about the back door, right? The back door which allowed them to be able to move funds without anybody in the exchange or without external auditors being able to see that the checks and balances had actually been fiddled with against the actual transfers on the chain.
Are you talking about
Alameda?
Alameda, yeah?
Alameda, FTX, anything, right? Once
Are you talking about the FTT tokens though specifically?
I'm talking about everything. Right. This is
no. They moved. He's talking about misappropriation of client funds. So he moved client funds that shouldn't be touched from FTX to Alameda and other entities through a back door that no one else had access to. And what he's saying is that Sam most likely instructed Gary Wang, who's the CTO, to create that back door. Also, Gary, is he the guy that the whole like 10 hours ago in this space that we talked about being a criminal or ex-criminal? Was that him?
No, that was Dan Friedman. He used to have a betting site.
How do you do that? It's all on chain, right? So like, how do you create a backdoor of digital assets on chain?
because
I mean, the thing is, when it comes to posting collateral, you need to post collateral, and when you go on a buying spree, right, and you don't have a good enough quality collateral, what you will do is you will take clients' funds. I think that's what he did, and then in order to fill the hole internally, he probably just printed some FTT tokens and then tried to fill it up like that. That's my understanding of the situation.
It's even
well. There's one more thing to think about too. So when you look at what he did, you have to wonder too. Was the backdoor specifically used for customer funds? Because I don't think we know that yet, do we? What if instead he just simply was borrowing money using customers' funds? Would that still have the same level of legal ramifications? If he was just borrowing money off of it? Because it's the same thing, right? I mean, he's using that capital. Doesn't matter how he's using it.
Yeah, it's a little bit less sinister than that for everybody else, right? So anybody that's operating within crypto, anybody that's operating within that space, right, within liquidity, within treasuries, that's keeping a track of what's coming in and what's going out. Within crypto, you have to understand that they're not giving these employees access to the wallets. They're not giving these employees access to where they're moving funds, where they're rehypothecating, where they're collateralizing. What they're projecting is we're using traditional financial software that's giving you a track of the checks and balances, right? So it's very easy for us to be able to say, hey, right, we've consolidated our settlement, right, within US equities, right? It's a T2 settlement, right? It happens between brokers. The same settlement happens between brokers and between exchanges within the crypto space. But what happens is you're just entering these developments within your traditional software, right? What happens then after that is those funds are settled within wallets that we don't have access to. Right? Those funds are handled by people at the top. They're not going to give somebody like me or somebody else that's within treasury or liquidity access to those funds or the wallets that they're sitting in, right? They just don't do it. And they're able to back that up by the fact that, hey, you don't need access to that. You just log what's coming in, you log what's coming out, right? Between liquidity and market makers and between our transfers on exchange, and you log them, right? Those monies then settle within wallets. Right, we don't even know what half the time what the wallet addresses is. If he sends 2 billion to another wallet, who are we to question what that 2 billion is being moved for? Right, that happens in an executive C-suite level. So what happens then is when he starts moving money to Alameda, starts moving money to Voyager, whenever he starts moving money, all of a sudden, right, we can have our suspicions, right? But at the end of the day, the checks and balances on our balance sheet, which we're employed to operate and which we're employed to think that they're doing their due diligence, right, and their fiduciary duties upon, is correct, right? And then you've got a fraudulent, right? Let's throw it in there. You've got a fraudulent compliance officer that's also giving us the thumbs up on these balance sheets. Okay, so all of a sudden you've got a bunch of employees, whether it be 20, 30 employees that are working within that space that are thinking that these funds are actually accounted for, when what happens is once we've logged them within the system, they're able to just off-port them off through wallets and backdoor systems, right, into other funds, into other liquidity pools, into Alameda, and they're free to do what they want with it. And that's where the big problem, stems from, right? The problem is that the employees were never aware of this, right? Even if you had a suspicion that you were aware of it, there was no way to ever really conclude that, hey, we're insolvent. It's just impossible.
Before I continue, just a few minutes ago, because I know a lot of people are watching the Crypto.com story unfold, nothing major. The withdrawals seem to still be active, which is good news, but the token is taking a beating. It just hit all-time lows about a few minutes ago, and it's dropping again. So yeah, so you can watch the Kronos token live, and this kind of affirms our concerns that we've had in other exchanges. Some of the top exchanges came on stage and said that any exchange with a token should be some people quote unquote mentioned it as a red
Well, I
flag.
mean, like the thing is, it depends. If you have an exchange and your equity is represented in the form of tokens, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, besides the fact that there is serious concerns in terms of liquidity and how much you can have influence on your token, right? But that's an entire different question from if the exchange is using its own equity or its own tokens in a way that they essentially can print as much as they want as collateral for other things, or as replacement in a way for customers' funds. That's a total different point, right? So if you have shares and then you just happen to have them tokenized, fine, no problem. But if you do count that as collateral for balance sheet and over leverage yourself, then ultimately what happens is that if your token goes down for a certain percentage enough, then that would just create a big insolvency position.
Thierry, is there anybody that you know that is doing the first example that you gave of using tokens as equity?
So for example, I'm not an expert, and I don't want to say like things that are not true, but for example, in this case that FTT tokens were basically used as collateral, right? So
Right.
then from that point on is, do do you have are you using this as a collateral, and then you got to be very mindful as to not leverage too much, because eventually if the collateral gets depleted by a fall in market price, then you're going to get margin called, or you're going to be in a tough liquidity position, right? That's one thing. The other thing is, if you're actually wrongdoing and literally taking clients' money that is not yours as collateral, then that's wrongdoing on the first place. And then even more so wrongdoing if you take those assets and in order to fill the gap, because you're already using them somewhere else, you just print some of your own Fugazi tokens and put them in the balance sheet at whatever discount. And let's imagine you discount them 50%, but it's fine. You can create twice as much until you get to a billion or several billion. And that's exactly what happened, as far as my understanding is concerned here.
So it kind of brings back. Go ahead. Sorry.
In terms of the Crow token and the Binance token, you need to figure out if those are just tokens representing the business, and then that's how they decided to value their business. But this is independent from the exchange itself using those tokens for transactions that could go right or wrong, or that could essentially uh, give you a need to essentially post more collateral. And then
Yeah.
finally, if the funds of the customers are segregated from your own company's account, which is like normal standard practice. I mean, that's the law, right? So
and just to go back to the Crow token, like Where it gets really concerning for crypto.com obviously is if they use their token as collateral like FTX did, or any, I'm using
For
crypto.com
anything,
because
that's the big concern.
Exactly, and that's that's I'm mentioning crypto.com now because it's under the spotlight, but obviously any exchange with their own token, and it goes back to the point on why I'm gonna mute you, Anon. You can unmute anytime you like, just because of the background, and that's where we go back to the story of FTX. They acquired, Sam tried to acquire Voyager and the other one because they held a lot of FTT tokens that they wanted to dump.
Right.
They were going to dump because of the proceedings, the bankruptcy proceedings. And when the value of their token goes down, then their collateral value drops significantly and they're fucked. And that's what happened now. So
Right. So in order not to create panic, right? I mean, you gotta look at it in three perspectives, right? The first one is, let's talk about what happened at FTX, and then the question would just simply be, is this the case for this other exchange or not, right? So that you don't have to mention names. But what happened at FTX is essentially they were under the impression that they were multi-billionaires because the company is valued at these many billions. And let's for the sake of an example say 10 billions, okay? And then at some point you say, all right, so I can go in a buying spree and maybe spend 3 billion here and then 2 billion here. And then all of a sudden these FTT tokens drop below 50%, and you realize that you've already spent the 5 bill, and then your collateral is now only is 50% below.
Yeah,
So now you have to post more.
At that point you haven't spent 50. At that point you haven't spent 5 bill, right? You've spent 7.5 billion.
Yeah, but the point being is if the basis that you use for collateral, because in reality is more complex than that because the collateral is discounted itself, right? But then if you spend 5 and you had 10 and you were under the impression you had 10 because the market price said you had 10 total market cap, and then for you to choose if it's diluted or fully diluted or not. But the fact of the matter is, if there is a drawdown of 50% on whatever metric you're using, and most of it is the price, then you're toast. So that's that, and then you need to know, is this the case or is this not? And has this money been used for other transactions, regardless of what they are, right? Because that's the company's money. Separate from that is the customer's money. Is the customer's money like being used, or is the customer's money being segregated from the company's money? And again, like I would say it once again, because the way this world works is that the bank, the traditional system, only has 8% of deposits. When you deposit your money in the bank, it's not your money anymore. You're a creditor, but you don't own it anymore. And then a lot of things are similar with the exchanges. It seems to be that when you deposit your tokens with the exchanges, they're not your tokens anymore. That's the coin phrase, right? Not your keys, not your coins. So when you deposit them, you're basically in a way lending it to them, and then you're a creditor, so then you can ask them back. And so the question is, do they have full reserve as far as the client's money is concerned? And can they prove that? And I think the shame of this is we have the technology to prove it on chain, right? And then the second point is, do they have enough reserves for the company itself to engage in the leverage buyouts or leverage activities that they want to do, particularly if they have trading desks, and then what's the P&L there, or if they're acquiring other companies on the basis of collateral that is basically tokens that they themselves can create as much as they want. And that's essentially the entire issue.
Just have a quick, this isn't anything massively major, but CZ from Binance just spoke to Reuters and gave them one quote. He said, "We do need some regulations in cryptocurrencies to do this in a stable way."
Yeah, correct.
I agree with him. And Piotr, I'll let you go right after Anon, Piotr, and then Peter and Rob. Go ahead, Piotr. Go ahead, sorry, Anon, go ahead. Finish off your response to this before Piotr speaks.
Yeah, look, all I was saying to response to Theory was, look, Theory, you're very correct in the elements of the foundations of it, but they were running two separate books that was one book. And that's the problem that people are not understanding, right? Is the custom of funds were middled with Alameda, and one book became two books. And the rehypothecation of those funds is where it tragically went wrong. You can't be providing liquidity to other exchanges. You can't be propping up price action with the value of one fund mixed across two balance sheets. So yeah, look, Theory's very correct in that sense, but Sam fucked up, and Sam was very aware that he was rehypothecating funds across two different entities that Alameda provide liquidity to everybody, right? If you look at USDT, the biggest printer of USDT was Alameda, 16 billion, compared to, I think the closest person to them was like 8 billion, right? They printed double the amount of USDT compared to everybody else. That's insane.
That's a big red flag.
I'll give.
Come to this later.
All right, so and on Thierry, just I'm going to give the mic. I'll give it to Kyle then right after Piotr Peter. Go ahead, Kyle.
Well, I got a bunch to say, but on that, where does the 16 billion come from in printing these Tether?
Thin air, mate. Thin air. Like, you think Tether's not a fucking scam? Tether's the biggest scam of the lot.
Okay, but where does FTX get the 16 billion to mint Tether?
Yeah, from FTT token, from everything else that they've inflated and rehypothecated. You can send 1 billion to Voyager and it gets minted. It can get minted too.
So if you collateralize FTT, who's lending the money?
Yeah. Okay. So so let's say you give FTT to let's say Voyager, right? 300 million worth of FTT.
We know. Sorry. I'd rather be specific rather than kind of general. Do we know exactly who the money came from?
Yep. You run it then. You run it, and I'll fill it in.
No, I'm just wondering, where did it come from? The 16 billion, like, it's a lot of money for someone to loan for FTT token.
Yeah, but when you print FTT token, originally sell it to venture capitalists into private equity at $3 a token, and then you float it at $16, $17 a token on the market because you're the market maker, all of a sudden you up it 8%, right? You're selling it at $24 a token, right? And at its prime, it hits $60 a token. All of a sudden, right, you've turned $3 into $60 per financial instrument on the float, right? So what happens then is those funds then are used as collateralized to Voyager, who loans it to 3AC, who then puts it into Luna for a 24%, APY. All of a sudden, you've turned the original $3 that was fiat on-ramped into, right, $60 per token times, right, 300 million, 400 million, 500 million that was put onto 3AC. All of a sudden, you've created close to $1 billion of assets that don't exist. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
That's exactly what's happening.
One thing that I've heard a lot, over the past few days, Mario, you've been doing this, is a lot of people have been kind of reverting back to like Bitcoin maximalism, or only layer one should have a token. I just think that people need to understand. I would like for the crypto industry to not have to suffer, many years like backward just because this incident happened. Like, FTX should have never had a token. There was zero utility for it, right? But there are protocols that are being built that do have utility for tokens. And I think a lesson here moving forward for all of us is to learn and ask, what is the purpose of this token that I'm investing into? And is it necessary for this app or this protocol to function? If the answer is yes, then okay, that's a good sign. But like, FTT had zero utility.
Zero.
I agree.
Zero.
I'll give the mic to Piotr. Go ahead, bro.
Thanks, Mario. I don't mind waiting if these guys want to continue. It's an important exchange. I've got a few things I want to raise, but
Cool. No, I think we can go back to the discussion. All good, Piotr. The mic is yours, man.
Pio, you go ahead, man.
All right, cheers. Yeah, I mean, I've got a few things I wanted to say. I'm a novice when it comes to this kind of thing, but I've been listening to Mario's space for what, 24, 48 hours? How long have you been awake? And it's very interesting, to answer your original question you posed to me, and I think a lot of us, it's, is he in fault for this? And Anon, you've got your mic open, mate.
Yeah, I'll mute him now. I'll mute him. I muted him.
Thanks. I mean, look, this is a guy who would play League whilst having business calls. And, he's got, 1.2 million people on this thing, and he's got a lot of responsibility. So to one of the points, I think it was Anon who said, about the titles, King of Crypto, he was giving crypto's white knight. These sorts of terms only sort of add the pressure, but equally sort of make you want to keep those titles. So I definitely think there was an element to that. The kid's also 30, so I mean, yes, he's very intelligent. He went to MIT, but this isn't necessarily his line of work. And I think it's very problematic. The other thing which I think is indicative of him being not really very transparent is that he was saying he had over $2 billion in reserve that he could use to help other failing crypto firms, and then at the same time basically he's going around trying to raise money to save his own company and customers. So I think he is pretty culpable for this, and I think there needs to be a thorough investigation. I'm sorry to all of the people who have been affected, but I think it also emphasizes that you should always try to diversify.
100%. Look,
so that's all I got. I've got another point on regulation, but I'll save that for another time when you guys are.
Well, it's interesting you bring up the regulation, Mario. If I can, I've been chatting with Chat. A good friend of mine here is listening in the space. It is the premier of Bermuda. His name is David Burt. If you guys want to drag him up here, he said he's happy to answer questions about regulations because their regulatory structure is somewhat similar to the Bahamian one. And yes, tell him to throw his hands up. If he can throw his hand up, or rather hit the request button.
Yeah, Premier Burt, if you can click request, they'll pull you up. And
guys, how do you? Sorry, if you don't mind me asking, how do you his handle? What's his handle?
It is Bermuda Premier is his handle.
Bermuda Premier. There it is. Yeah. And by the way, chat, while we bring, sorry, go ahead, bro.
Satoshi Roundtable.
I see him. I see him right now. I'm as a speaker.
I've sent him. Yeah, he's already speaker. So while he joins, chat, do you want to just mention who's joining? Because we have a lot of regulators either that have spoken.
So we do currently have this is the premier of Bermuda.
Mention tomorrow, just while he's connecting, just who's coming tomorrow, the ex-chief of staff, and who's coming on
tomorrow,
Tuesday.
Yes, Mick Mulvaney. We have Mick Mulvaney, the ex-chief of staff for the White House under the prior administration for Trump. He was also the ombudsman director, as well as several other roles, both in government and
then on Tuesday, Hunter Biden will be coming on Tuesday. Correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, before
Mr.
I forget too, somebody come back to me on like Wrap BTC and Wrap F as well within protocols, Solana, layer ones. Like somebody come back to me as well on that, on the wrapped tokens as well, because people are wrapping cryptocurrencies around these layer ones and these protocols. So somebody come back to me on that as well, because that's another form of leverage that gets put into the system that doesn't get corrected. So somebody just come back to me on that later. That's something I'd like to bring up later.
Yeah, we'll
do
bring
have
it up.
Some breaking news again from CZ speaking to Reuters right now. He says on the capital gains tax, says the tax is fine, but low tax rates would encourage transactions. Don't tax transactions, but tax income. He says on crypto exchanges, there's quite a lot of players that cut corners. We don't control how big we are. We just want to grow our business. Another statement said, but the crypto exchange says there's quite a lot of players that cut corners. All right, leaving it with that.
Appreciate it, man. Mr. Burt, how are you?
Good evening to you. Hope you're doing well. It's been, I must say that your endurance must be pretty good because you've been doing this for a whole lot of time. Listening yesterday, listening for a much part of today, and it's been a great conversation.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'm glad you heard yesterday. I'm not sure which mic you're using. We can hear everything you're saying. It's just a bit echoey. So not sure if it's the AirPods or something else. Just thought I'd mention it. I want to kick it off, and Marshall, you can jump in anytime because you're responsible for bringing Mr. Burt in. But David, what's your take so far? Because you've been keeping track, you've been listening to the space. I've muted you, so you got to unmute when you want to speak because I hear myself double. What's your take on the space? On the events so far, and how do you think regulators would respond? Because we've had a lot of regulators already come on stage or a lot in the audience. What can we expect?
I hope you can hear me a little better now.
It's perfect.
Okay, what I would say is that I think the first reaction that I would have is sadness. Sadness for all the innocent persons who were just doing what they thought was best, and then ended up losing a significant amount of funds. And I think that's the saddest part about it. What it speaks to is the importance of regulation inside of this industry. And where we go from is back in 2017, we actually banned crypto companies setting up here and put in place a regulatory regime to ensure that the companies here were regulated. And it's a difficult industry overall. It's a new industry. It's just starting up, and a lot of the complaints and challenges that we've had are that persons have said that our regulatory regime is a little bit too rigorous. But when you're dealing with things like this, when you're dealing with a space like this, and with a space that, as we've seen over history
You
of
want to
time,
just quickly, sorry, Premier, just move the mic a bit away from your mouth. Now it's too perfect. I can hear you breathe even. Just a bit away from your mic. Please continue. Sorry.
no problem.
It's
But
perfect now.
when you've seen, there's a lot of bad actors in the space. So, and what we see now is, of course, really bad. So I think if the question is how do regulators respond, I think that regulators need to pay more attention, and I think that they should follow. They just need to. They will be paying more attention now, and I think that with the amount of consumers that are going to be hurt in this, and with the influence clearly that SPF had in a lot of spaces, they're certainly going to be paying a lot closer attention.
And I want to back up what you just said. It's absolutely true. We've got some of the most influential people in politics either reaching out or have requested to join the space, as you're going to see tomorrow. So I want to back that point up. Now, we did discuss how exchanges that are incorporated or they've got their headquarters in countries that don't have solid regulations. Obviously, Bahamas is one example relative to the US, and how that allows them to do things that an exchange in the US, for example, like Kraken, cannot get away with it. How big of a problem do you think that is, and what have you done in Bermuda to prevent this beyond the ban you did in 2017?
I don't mean to
What I would say
interrupt,
is,
but
I can say
SBF
without.
just tweeted.
Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
I can say certainly without fear of contradiction that Bermuda has probably the best digital assets regulator on the planet, and so I don't accept the comparison that you could do things in certain jurisdictions that you can't do it in others. And I think what happens is that there's a tendency to paint all places with a broad brush, and to say if they're not the U.S., then that means that they aren't doing things to a high standard. We've been doing things to a high standard for a while, and yes, it's a new industry, and not everything is going to be perfect. But I don't think that it's fair to say that, just because you're an offshore jurisdiction, your regulations may not be up to par. And the other thing is that there is certainly the regulation, but there's also the need to make sure the regulations are enforced. And that's something that our independent financial services regulator takes great pride in doing. So Bermuda has a very strict regulatory regime. Certainly, there's going to be impact from what's happening here, but I think on a broader level, what we have to look at is what are the lessons that are learned from global regulators, and how do we ensure that an industry, which persons such as myself have been supporting since 2017, can grow and develop, and to actually unlock the power of what digital finance will mean for citizens around the world.
I appreciate. I know that once. Go ahead. Some speaker were mentioning an urgent tweet. Breaking news. I think I heard someone jump in. Who was that?
Yeah, so I just pinned it to the top. SBF literally just tweeted what? That is all.
I love. I want to congratulate FTX and Sam on the incredible clarity and transparency they've offered throughout this entire.
That is definitely the most informative tweet I've read all day.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you now. It made a very strange sound, though.
I heard that too. But I swear, like, this is just ridiculous. And sorry to interrupt you, Edward, but David, sorry, this is just what do you mean what? Like, what's the point of it, tweeting this?
Maybe we'll see in point 2.
I think he didn't finish and he pressed send before, but I'm looking at the
Thierry, your mic is completely muffled, so I'll let you fix the mic. While you're fixing that, Thierry, just put your hand up when you fix it so I know. But David, and any idea on how someone like Sam and an institution like FTX could get away with something like this, whether it's in Bermuda, and obviously you don't know that, you don't know what you don't know. But from what you know, there's been a lot of people come up on stage and talk about political donations playing a role. And there's some higher people within the government that were affiliated with Sam. How could something like that, and that's in the US, we're not talking about some country without too much regulation. How could someone get away with something so extreme for so long, in your opinion?
Well, I certainly can't speak to that, and I'm not going to speculate. But I think that it's important that we don't hold the United States up, and this is just my opinion, as the regulatory barometer here. A lot of persons will say that some of these challenges are because the United States has not sufficiently regulated this industry or provided regulatory clarity, and that's something that we've certainly done here in Bermuda. So I can't speak to what may or may not been happening. I think that to see what has happened, there will certainly be a lot of questions that are going to be asked, and I'm sure this is going to be, unwinding for a while. But for my view is that it's just incredibly sad for the space, and incredibly sad for all those innocents that have, lost a significant amount of money. But hopefully the industry will learn, and hopefully places, where there'll be more attention paid to the need to make sure that centralized exchanges aren't doing these type of things, because clearly, I mean, anyone can go to the Bermuda Monetary Authority website right now. You can look at our digital asset code of practice, and we manage three main risks. We manage compliance risk, which of course is necessary. We manage cybersecurity risk, which is key, but we also manage custody risk. And when you are dealing with other people's digital assets, the custody risks and the standards that are there are that you can't take those assets and send them somewhere else. They belong to other persons. And so that type of activity certainly just should not be allowed. And there should be checks and balances that are in place to ensure that doesn't happen, to ensure that this doesn't happen to people and they end up losing a significant amount of money.
Piotr, I know you have your hand
up. So I do
up.
have some breaking news here from Bitcoin.com, referring to some more detail on Gensler's meetings with Sam Bankman-Fried and the FTX. Of course, we've heard from some reports, of course, that there were his exchange meeting with Gensler to try to find legal loopholes to obtain regulatory monopoly. That's coming from the House Congressional Committee on Finance. But then we also have of course, the fact that Gary Gensler's calendar showed that he met with him in March, and then they discussed, apparently, according to the meeting minutes or the SEC meeting note, a conditional no action relief. But Fox Business has stated that, contrary to speculation about Gensler looking to grant former SBF a regulatory monopoly on crypto exchange, the March meeting between the two sides was, quote, described by a person attending as a 45-minute lecture by Gensler on what he wants from a crypto exchange. Apparently, not only did the SEC chair make no promises to Bankman-Fried, FTX, and IEX, but he also, quote, ordered them to provide much more in the way of disclosure, etc., to the SEC about their model, according to the Fox Business journalist. Follow-up meetings with the SEC continued up to nearly the time FTX imploded, but no SEC approval was signaled. House GOP likely to hold hearings on FTX given Bankman-Fried's Democratic political leanings. By calling Gensler as a witness, might have to think twice. Sources say Gensler told Brad Katsuyama and SBF that he wanted strict oversight standards and there was no guarantee of approval. So that's just something here coming out from Bitcoin.com. And another thing too, just to mention this happening, several hours ago, of course. But Edward Snowden had tweeted out about the situation and said the White House sanctions and arrests kids for the crime of building privacy tools to protect you, while regulators were quietly pawing around with the thieves who just robbed 5 million people. The difference: the thieves were big political donors.
And that, and also on
and Mario, Chet, just to sorry to cut it up there.
No, go ahead, bro.
Going to go in 3 minutes here. I just wanted to, if you guys
yeah,
had
so
any
Premier,
last
I
questions for him.
I wanted to give you a shout out. So we have a person here, co-founder and president of Cross Tower, and she says, quote, I have a Class F license in Bermuda, and I know the Premier. They do a very solid, sophisticated regulatory framework. So just want to, give you that shout out there, and also want to applaud you for coming on stage and giving us some clarity. So that's highly appreciated, Premier.
No, Mario. Thank you very much. Certainly, Crosstower is here. We are proud of the companies that we have here. It's difficult because persons will say, "Oh, there's bigger companies in other places and all the rest." But if we're building an industry for the long term, you just got to stick with it, and you have to make sure that you have solid regulation in place that companies that are looking to do global business can actually be comfortable with. So, I mean, we'll see where the future goes, but from our perspective, I'm just going to keep on listening. Certainly, you'll have Nick Mulvaney on tomorrow. You'll have the team, other person. We'll just wait to see what happens. But it's a very sad time. But I think we can certainly the crypto industry and the digital asset industry will recover. Lessons will be learned, and as someone, it's hard to imagine someone that was, of course, on the cover of Forbes and hearing all the stories of which you're saying about how VCs just accepted it just because he's on the cover of Forbes and different things like that. When there were so many red flags, there's going to be a lot of questions that are going to be asked on how all of this matter unfolded. But companies and countries are just going to have to stay vigilant to make sure that they protect their citizens, and that's the most important thing. Our regulators and everyone wants to make sure that citizens and investors don't get screwed in the end, and I think that's the job that all persons are going to be focused on.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Premier. And I just want to mention one thing. Thank you so much. Thank you. And just want to mention one thing. So SBF, you've got an open invite. We've had everyone from CZ to Elon to Kraken to Ripple come on stage. But so everyone, if you want to go to Sam's tweet of what and just keep
tell
putting
him where
pressure. And people, I know people from FTX are listening. So if you could tell Sam that one thing I can promise, and I think you've sensed that if you've been listening to the space, I'm trying to be as objective as possible. I've even made a tweet, if you want to go check it, that asks the audience, was Sam intentionally scamming, or whatever term you want to use, or did he just get carried away one thing after another? And Sam, I know everything you say, you could get in trouble legally and you're under investigation, etc. So we can try to, we'll be fair in asking questions, allowing you to share information that doesn't impact you in any negative ways. But at least transparency is what the audience needs, and maybe hearing your voice, listening to you would maybe give them more clarity on what happened rather than what you would consider as speculation, because that's all we have. So that's my message to you, Sam. I've sent you an invite via DM. You're welcome to come on stage anytime. You can speak to your counsel, who was also in the audience earlier, by the way. I'm not sure if you know this chat. So you can ask for their opinion and join accordingly. Or if you want to send us some information via tweets, via DMs, and we can share that on your behalf in the show. Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to that point about, where exchanges or projects are domiciled. I think that's like it's not really fair to kind of judge a project or a founder based on domiciling, let's say, not in the United States, just because of the barrier to entry is so high in the United States. It's like you need a tremendous amount of effort and money to set up something like that in the United States. And I think it's really about more integrity and honesty, and and this is why I'm such a big fan of trying to self-regulate the industry. If we can, like, for example, if all of the exchanges had integrity, let's say Coinbase and Kraken and Bitstamp, and like these guys got together and they put out kind of guidelines, right, or standards that all exchanges should adhere to be honest, transparent, and give us everything that we need to know that our funds are safe there. And they did it themselves, and they said, this is what every exchange should do to show you guys that we have your funds safe. And these are all the security practices that we do. And here's the standards of the industry, right? And we all follow these. And then they set the standard. And then every other exchange who isn't following those standards might be looked at as shady, right? But I think that this is the kind of approach that we need to take in the industry, so we're not burdened by these huge barriers to entry, because the United States is just very difficult to set up in.
Carl, I can just talk on that. I had a discussion with a couple of regulators around this, and they actually said these are offshore regulators, like kind of Bermuda, Bahamas, Jersey, and Singapore, that 90% of the project applications they receive are actually, they play regulatory ping pong, they call it. They effectively apply to every single regulator. And obviously they go with the regulator that approves them the fastest. And I've dealt with projects that do that. So it's not necessarily projects saying, okay, I want to be in this jurisdiction. It's actually, well, which jurisdiction will accept me? Let me apply to all of them. It's not going to cost me to apply that much to apply to all of them. And yeah, I think, once there needs to be better guidance from regulators in terms of what jurisdictions want different types of crypto projects. Certain jurisdictions won't take it, but
if you were a founder, wouldn't you do the same thing? Wouldn't you want to get started, get anxious, and just kind of figure out wherever you can kind of set up and just do it?
Well, for me, I don't have time to do that, right? Because doing the applications is quite tedious, and different jurisdictions require different applications. For me, I knew who the best jurisdiction was, because obviously I had knowledge of it, and I just chose when I had to set up an entity and get the correct approvals for a project that I ran and still running. I effectively went to the jurisdiction where I know it was best for, and I got it straight approved there. Versus applying to all jurisdictions to try get an application.
Right. Us as people building in the space, us as project founders, predominantly want a jurisdiction that's friendly to crypto and that isn't going to be a pain in the butt to set up. And then we just do that, right? But when we're benevolent, we don't think about being domiciled in an area that's going to regulate us because we have good intent. And that's kind of the perspective that I think people aren't looking at or forget that it's one thing, you can maybe trust somebody else if they're not doing these kind of transparency things, if maybe they're in the United States, for example, and maybe the United States might give them a better sense of safety. But if you do it somewhere else, maybe make an extra effort to be more transparent, to show proof of funds, show liability, things like that.
I'll go to Sean. Sean, I know a few people have their hands up. Sean, you did have some information. The team sent me your DM to share with us. So I appreciate you coming on stage. And sorry it took so long to bring you up, man. It's glitching a bit.
No worries. Yeah, just trying to get around the glitches. I don't have any special insight. I'm just a guy that happens to be into stocks and has got into Web3 via a few investments I've made. And I'm also a big-time poker player. And so what I've noticed with this whole SBF thing that's made me nervous about it for a significant period of time, along with noticing Mark Cohodes and his take, and he was on here earlier today, is that this Daniel Friedberg guy from Ultimate Bet, I think there's different types of financial crimes, and it's not always about the total amount of money that's involved. There's different types of evil, I guess, to say. And I don't know Daniel Friedberg's exact role in the Ultimate Bet scandal, or if there's any proof that he was actually involved. But I don't know if a lot of people here that don't play poker really understand what happened there. Have you guys discussed that at all?
We discussed it earlier. Yeah, Rob, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean 100%. That's funny because I was actually waiting to talk more on this. I just think it's honestly reckless of us to not discuss, and because, I mean, look, the fact of the matter is, SBF is 29 years old. In a lot of ways, he's still a child. Dan Friedberg, I mean, he's an adult. He's fully.
And Rob, can you just for the audience who wasn't there when we discussed him, can you explain why that's so shocking to
yeah,
to
let
a lot
me.
of us?
So yeah, I'll read a little tidbit off of it. But essentially, so Dan Friedberg is their chief compliance officer, their head of compliance, and he was previously involved. He's an attorney. He's previously involved in a case with
Rob,
an online betting site.
I'm not sure if you can hear.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, can you hear me, Rob?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, I thought Club crashed. All right, go ahead. Sorry, Rob. I thought my Twitter space crashed.
Oh, Mario, now you're the one whose mic sounds horrible. Sounds like you're in an echo chamber or tunnel.
Hey, Rob, I can I can actually give some specificity if you're just going to kind of read something off. I don't mind
Well,
if you do that.
no, I know most, but I was
Generalization.
going to read the quotes from the tapes specifically of the recorded conversation where he quite literally instructs them to essentially come up with the same cover story that is the hacking situation that we saw unfold the other night. But if you want to provide some more context, I'm sure you can.
If you want to go ahead and read that off, and then I'll give my insight on it too.
Yeah, absolutely. So essentially what had happened was he was instructing his former client, who was kind of at the forefront of the Ultimate Bets cheating scandal, and he essentially instructed him, and this is on tape, this is fully recorded. Daniel S. Friedberg tells Hamilton that he doesn't want news of the cheating scandal to get out, but if it must, the quote-unquote ideal thing would be for the public to be told that, quote, a former consultant to the company took advantage of a server flaw by hacking into the software client. Friedberg advises Hamilton to publicly claim that he was among the victims of this cheating. Otherwise, the cover story is not going to fly. You can add more.
Yeah, so that's not what happened. So if anybody doesn't understand, like from a basic, standpoint, they had a super user on a poker site, and they were able to see everybody's cards, and they were targeting people individually, stealing their money. And I know it sucks to steal a lot of money from a lot of investors in crypto, but when you're targeting individuals that you know have a specific, set amount of money and are borrowing money from individuals, these are people that you might even claim that they're your friends, and they're just like robbing these people blind down to their last penny, and then they're borrowing to lose more. Some world-class poker players were losing massive amounts of money, and they're very, very good, and they thought they were just getting hit by variance, and they couldn't understand why they were losing, and some people got wiped out. And so you can read a little bit about that. But then the other direction I want to go is, how do you get him, SBF, and earlier we had someone who had a lot more information on Gary Wang. How did they all end up in the same company? And I think that if we can find more information on that, it might be a lot more clear of, what actually went down.
Yeah, so what was this gentleman, not Gary, this gentleman's name, just for the audience that is not aware, the one we just talked about now?
Daniel Friedberg.
Daniel Friedberg. And what was his position?
He was
CTO?
general counsel at general counsel at Ultimate Bet.
And then we had the guy
at FTX.
Yeah, go ahead.
At FTX, he was a chief regulator officer.
Head of compliance.
And then we have the Enron guy, who's now the new CEO. And then we have Gary. I haven't slept for in a long time. What was Gary's last name again?
Wang.
And Gary Wang was the CTO, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Gary Wang had a pretty. Go ahead.
They have him listed. The information you could find, just the quick Google search says that he's a co-founder. So,
okay, and his background, because I know I heard a lot of allegations on him. His background was. What's the concern around him?
He previously worked at Google.
Okay, and the concerning part about him was, does he have a shady past as well?
Yeah, there's plenty of lawsuits against him for cryptocurrency crimes.
There we go. So you got three people, two essentially involved in the close circle of Sam, both of them with a very shady background. And the question is, and any of the speakers that can bring light to it, and by the way, the anonymous insider that's having all the drinks, if you're still awake, and if you glitched out, because a lot of speakers glitch out, put your hand up again, let's bring you up, because if Sam comes on, it'd be good to have you too. But yeah, the question is, how did those people, why did Sam, I'm sure he did background checks, how did he come across them and accept them by his side? That's the question you're asking, Sean.
Maybe it's because he knew that they were people that would be willing to be fully unethical and go the whole mile with them. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he was a subject matter expert in theft. I mean, the thing that's amazing to me, so, I have a highly regulated product. I'm a founder in the space. We brought Andrew Yang to our house during Miami. We brought regulators in. We brought every single hedge fund, every single investment group, every VC in. The first thing every single person asked us is, who's your counsel? Who's the general counsel of your firm? How this guy became general counsel by accident, it's like an impossibility. There's no way Sequoia didn't think to ask, hey, was your general counsel ever involved in a scandal? Is he dirty? Like, where did a 50-something-year-old guy come from in the midst of these like sub 30-year-olds, and he happens to be completely dirty, it's impossible. It's more than just coincidence. So he was there for a reason, and I think that that's an obvious reality. And the question is, when did he start working there? When was he installed in this job? Because that's probably our inflection point for understanding if the intention to defraud was there from the very beginning.
I will say one thing. We tend to try to think logically to describe criminal behavior, and then we try to think logically to describe how people invested. Because I do invest in stocks, and I have a lot more experience with that. And in this cycle that we just had, it wasn't just crypto traders that were screaming hodl. Sequoia was doing that too. So I don't think it has to be a big conspiracy theory for them to just completely screw up, especially when there's evidence out there that shows that they were just getting excited and about a chat about SBF, and they just wanted to give him money and probably move on to the next investment and throw make it rain with all this Fed, induced coma that we were all in. So I'm not sure that we can just always provide logic to all these frameworks. Same thing with people mentioning that this was a big conspiracy to fund the Democratic Party, or and leaving out the part that they were also giving money to Republicans via another employee or another stakeholder. You buy favor. If you're a criminal, you buy favor. If you're a big business person, if you own a multi-billion-dollar entity, you buy favor. So that's what these guys were crooks. So I think we don't always need to think logically or fairly. We need to think from their frameworks.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. But if we start from the perspective of Sam, you're hanging out with Gensler, you're speaking to Congress, you're talking about regulations. If the idea is that you want to implement regulatory capture so that you can seize control of this industry, then wouldn't you posture by having somebody as your chief compliance officer that tells the story of a sober, staid business person who's going to toe the line, not somebody who's involved with robbing people? Like, wouldn't your chief compliance officer?
I think we all screwed up, and we let a lot of people get away with a lot of things, and we all fell short on diligence. I can say that.
Yep.
Sure, but this isn't about us. This isn't about us. So the question is,
no, but it is, because a lot of us participated in this behavior in one way or another. The Fed was making it rain, and people were just looking at one place to throw their money so they could make a 50% return in a week and make abnormal returns. And this wasn't a normal environment that we were in for the past couple of years, at least.
Yeah, I agree. But when I say it's not about us, I mean, the question that I'm asking isn't, was there great oversight? Was there a conspiracy? The question is, what was SBF's intention? Was his intention to defraud? Was this a premeditated act of fraud? And this is the thing that we've been kind of wrestling with all night. Is like, did he just screw up? Was there a mistake? At what point in the spectrum of insolvency did he realize that he completely shit the bed and had to start lying to people? And the question is, I think if you go to the compliance guy who's dirty, like, where does this guy enter the story? How does this guy enter the story?
That shows his intentions were bad. 110%. It shows his intentions were bad when he brought Friedberg on. It doesn't make any sense if you want any type of credibility. But we know this was a sloppy guy too. I mean, visually and from the data and from all the news that we're learning now. So.
I think proof is such a complicated.
I'll give the mic to you, Peter. I appreciate you waiting. Just quickly, guys. So we do have another major exchange that is in discussion about coming on stage. So hopefully we'll get them on. I want to just give them a shout out and appreciate them coming through. Peter, go ahead, man.
Thanks, Mario. Yeah. So proof is such a complicated question too, right? Like, does hiring this particular lawyer prove that the intentions were bad? Well, you'd have to also prove that Sam or whoever also knew that this lawyer had been involved in this thing. And then to what extent was so it becomes kind of layered. But I love the question, like, how guilty is anybody? Because that all speaks to, first of all, the frames of mind that are going to have to be pleaded as part of any particular crime, but also to the ethics of the entire space. And the Anon who was drinking earlier mentioned Sam's love for effective altruism. And I think that kind of explains the whole game, at least in his own mind. Like, at certain points, like, if you have this utilitarian perspective, which is what he studied at MIT, it's like all things are justified if you have enough expected value. So the poker players can appreciate that. Like, I think Sam just thought, and because he's a quant, like, he could enter into enough EV trades that were justified to make it rain for the entire world. And does that speak to the crime? No, of course not. Nobody gives a shit. But it does speak to kind of the motivations and the reason he was able to persuade so many people, and why he might not have had any clue, like, that this guy worked for Ultimate Bet, or even what Ultimate Bet was. Like, so in terms of proving like ill intent, like a prosecutor is going to have to do a lot better than saying, oh, you hired this sleazy ass lawyer.
Go ahead, guys. You can, whoever has his hand up, you can just jump in. I'm just trying to bring a speaker up on stage that wants to share something important. So go ahead, guys. Just jump in.
But yeah, I mean, just to continue off of that, I mean, someone can certainly break me off at some point. Like, you know, I mean, the Anon also mentioned the crime here and the linchpin, in my view, of like willfulness when it comes to putting this in front of a jury, if it goes that far, is like the commingling of the assets with 2 balance sheets and 1 book. And so, like, that's the question. Was Sam so incompetent to know, or to not know, that that was wrong? Like, it's possible. He was just a trader. He was just a kid. And then who made that decision? And that's the person that, if I were a prosecutor, I'd be like, okay, this is the person that gets the book thrown at them, and then we can figure out who was just dumb and following like some weird utilitarian ideal because they read Peter Singer in college. Like, that's not going to fly. So, I mean, intent is such a difficult question and such an interesting one. But the last point I'll make is that if I'm a prosecutor and I'm prosecuting SBF, this tweet he just put out is my closing argument. Like, what in the hell are you doing? Like, if you want to say, like, I was a good guy, I didn't know what I'm doing, do not be out here taunting everybody with this bullshit. There is no justification for that. What a lunatic.
And Cherry,
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
just want to jump in.
before you jump
Oh,
in,
sorry, Mario.
Piotr. No, very quick point. Cherry, I'm bringing you back up since you glitch. Any speakers that get dropped out, it's very likely a glitch. So Cherry, I'm bringing you back up because I know you just mentioned to me or to us via DMs that you have something important to share. So I've sent you an invite. I hope it works, and just DM us if it doesn't. Just check your DMs. Piotr, go ahead. Sorry, sir.
No, not at all. No, just on this point. Oh, and to all of those of you I offended with my league comment, I'm joking. I love an MMO. But just to this point, I mean, if anything is illustrative that this has gone from just a case of negligence, or that he's 30 years old and was perhaps a bit out of his depth and hanging around with questionable people, putting out a tweet like that shows a rather large amount, for me at least, a degree of contempt. And I think that he either is sort of taking the piss at this point, doesn't really give a shit, and just some of the questionable things. You know, there was some reports I was reading that he'd been seen in the hotel with his father, and just a lot of questionable things about what's going on in the Bahamas. And as you mentioned, a couple of people flew out there, Mario, to have a look with what's going on. So the fact that he's not keeping a consistent, transparent, up to date, you know, account of what's going on, or to other people's points, you know, we've seen people who are coming into this space, sharing, engaging with people who've lost everything, and those who aren't, and staying in the audience or not, you know, facing the music, so to speak. And I just, from my perspective, I just wanted to add one other point quickly, which is that, you know, I'm not opposed. I know some of you will probably have looked at my profile and think, oh God, he's very much one particular perspective of this, but I want to make it very clear that I'm all for decentralization and the opportunity to empower the people, if that makes sense. You know, for too long we've had these issues facing, and I think that Bitcoin, crypto, all these sorts of things offer a great opportunity to really diversify and delineate out the power much more. The problem I have is that people were skeptical or have an issue with the existing framework, but the problem is we've now seen someone exploit the system all the same anyway. And so even if you'd lost money in, say, the conventional markets of 2008, you've now lost a hell of a load of money in something that was designed by someone in 2008-9 to avoid that kind of thing happening again. So the point is, for me, I think a degree of conversation about regulation is a necessary thing. The infancy of this whole thing is a very important factor, and then we're all learning as we go. But clearly there are some people who smell opportunities to be malicious with it, and there's got to be, I think, an effective conversation between not just internal governments but at a global level about how this can be better. And I'll land with this one final point, which is just there was an interesting piece that came out from the UN's trading branch about basically talked about how the high cost of leaving cryptocurrencies unregulated. And one of the points that I thought was particularly notable is that basically domestic digital payment systems can serve as a public good and fulfill at least some reason for crypto to be used and support developing countries. But the thing about that is that cryptocurrencies are actually quite dangerous for developing countries because stable coins, even in themselves, pose a unmet demand for reserve currencies, which exacerbates the risk. So I do think just from a very skeleton framework, not necessarily overarching regulation, there are some important conversations and potential progress that could be made. But anyway, I'll land there because I know I spoke a lot.
I
Cheers.
appreciate it, bro. Before we go to Bilo and before we go to John, Anon, good to have you back. Seems to have glitched and kicked you off stage. You and Thierry. Thierry hopefully is coming up. But Anon, what do you think of the tweet, man? Like, just when I thought things are calming down, if he tweeted, that's good. But just as such a fucking annoying tweet because of the just like messing with us.
Yeah, look, it's an annoying tweet, especially when you're involved in this situation. I mean, look,
Did I rug?
CZ's tweet, and can you hear me?
No, you did not rug Mario. He's speaking.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah,
We
look,
can hear you, Top Boy.
I think CZ's interview with Reuters kind of closed up at the same time as when I was speaking as well. I'm not 100% sure who Sam's tweeting what at. Look, Sam, if you're tweeting what at me, then like, come on, 100%. Like, you know, I'm happy to go toe to toe and have a proper conversation, an intellectual conversation about what's happening. I definitely know the inside details and what's gone wrong. So I'm happy to have a conversation with him, with everybody else closed off. I don't know if it was, geared towards me or towards CZ, but I think it kind of confirms that he's 100% not under, some sort of authoritarian kind of, obviously arrest or whatever it may be. But, if he wants to get on and have a conversation, I think he should, because I think it's a rude tweet. The fact that he tweets what when he's just lost billions and billions of dollars, like, you're a bit of a fucking idiot. But yeah, look, that's my opinion. If he wants to get on here, I'd love to have a conversation with him and dig deep into actually what's happened. But nonetheless, regardless if it was directed at me or CZ, either way, it's definitely an arrogant tweet. And I think he's in the wrong for tweeting this. He should be very open at this point in time. Transparently, he's fucked. So he should come out and have a conversation and explain to the users of the platform what's gone wrong here and what he's done.
He could just be shit-faced right now. Or
well, I'm
maybe
shit-faced, but I'll still hold an intellectual
yeah,
conversation with him
or
and
maybe
bury him.
Maybe he started a tweet and somebody grabbed his phone and said, "Shut up, you can't talk."
Yeah, imagine he actually got a phone. He wrote what, and he's preparing number 2, and then because he's under supervision from the reports we got, and then just one of the authorities or his counselor texts him. He's like, "Hey, you fucked things enough. No tweeting for you."
I don't know.
And just a touch of breaking news that adds on to something that we had earlier from Galloway's Capital, who had before said that they might have about half of their assets or so screwed up in FTX. They have confirmed to Bloomberg that they have $40 million exposure, $40 to $45 million exposure to FTX.
Jesus. All right. Well, I think we're gonna keep getting reports more and more. There's gonna be, hundreds of millions, billions of money just. Go ahead, man.
We were talking earlier, and I think it was Thierry. I don't know if Thierry's back up here.
No, we're trying to bring him up. He messaged us. He's got a bombshell of a piece of news, and we're just not able to bring him. So we're trying to bring him up.
All right. So he was talking about leverage and the value of assets and traditional banks when you put your money in there. And I think he clarified it in the end, but that when you put your money in a bank, essentially they do the same thing. Maybe the ratios are different, but they also do the same thing. The bigger question, and I don't know why nobody's asking, is when you have to show collateral, you're normally talking to a lender. How come the lenders didn't ask more questions? How come the lenders didn't dig deeper and just gave the money? So that's a bigger question.
I don't know that that's the biggest question. When you're...
So I've got some. I'll let you go through the news you just got in the message, the DM from someone that invested in FTT. So if you could go chat and just summarize it for us, would be great. Go ahead, sorry, whoever was speaking.
No, I was saying that there's an enormous difference between the fractional reserve of a bank and what FTX was doing, which is FTX made their own currency. They weren't just the bank; they were the central bank as well, which is that's not twice as complicated. That's geometrically more complicated. When you make a token, you have a responsibility to support its price. We see that our own central bankers, our own Fed, struggles to do this with all of the resources in the world. They struggle to maintain the value of the US dollar and keep it from having enormous fluctuations. This 30-year-old kid is doing it while he's also running a hedge fund and a brokerage, lending this money and setting the value for the actual currency pegged against the dollar. It's an impossible task. And what we're going to see from this is that people are not going to make tokens with the frequency that we've had over the past 5 or 6 years, because these tokens were inherently flawed. The tokenomics were trash. They don't make sense, right? And that's part of what this blow up is. What we're going to have instead is a real security token market. Almost every token will be a security token as a result of this bullshit, because this is stupidity and it's avoidable. And that's going to be the framework.
I agree with you, John. My question is, how come big lenders that lent in a lot of money against that collateral didn't ask those questions?
I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. I mean, they probably set it at, a 25% loan to value. The problem is like, what's the V? Forget the LT. The question is, what's the V? Why did they think that they set those values at whatever price he was fixing?
So isn't it a lender's first job to determine the V? That's their the first question.
Absolutely. Listen, they're gonna have egg on their face for sure. There's gonna be lenders, I'm sure, that are gonna get burned in this because they accepted at face value that FTT was worth X, whatever it was.
And very often lenders are not playing with their own money. They're lending on behalf of others. That's where this gets deeper. That's the contagion here.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think that my belief is that probably I would say 90% of the people in crypto don't truly really understand, token utility in a way that they can actually or estimate the value of a token. I think Uniswap is a really good example of a token that has zero utility, that is highly overvalued. But I just think that most people don't know, right? It's like there was an exchange, a big exchange in Europe, that raised $40 million, was raising $40 million. And when I asked them what the utility of the token was, they hadn't even really thought about it. They just said, "Oh, we're going to do discount on trade finance." And I said, that's not a good use case. There's zero utility there. And they ended up raising $40 million to sell this token that had zero utility. It's astonishing the lack of information and knowledge in the space about the most important thing, what people are actually putting their money and investing into.
Sphinx.
Well, what about Sui? Didn't I think I saw the Sui deck, which I think FTX was the lead investor in. It was 10 pages that said basically nothing of a new blockchain. What did they raise? $300 million or something in 2 weeks?
Yeah,
so it's just absurd.
I mean, you have to have security. For security, you have to have something to incentivize people to validate the network.
Hey, Mario, I have a question for you. I'm getting weird messages now that I'm up here.
Yeah, sure, man.
So
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, what's the question, Sean? Sorry, bro.
I've got a guy named Young Dot that's messaging me and saying he tried to get some information over to you and you refused it.
Yeah, there's. I think this is a guy who.
This guy works with me at FTX.
This guy's a troll. We looked into the data.
Before he says he's a troll, who said he works with you at FTX?
Yeah, he keeps messaging me that he worked with me at FTX, but I'm trying to confirm it now. So give me 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, if you can confirm it, because my team looked into his information. We had a chain analyst as well look at it, without us asking him to. And I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I haven't looked at it. I'm not looking at tweets.
He even stole an image from a Zach XBT thread about something completely different and then altered it. So to make it look like he had data. It's
Like
not real.
literally, give me 5 minutes. I can I still have people that can access the system. So like, give me 5 minutes. Let me see if he's actually an employee there, and then I'll get back to you.
And if he's not an employee, I'm gonna call the fuck out of him out because he's spamming everybody with bullshit.
Yeah, he just messaged me saying I worked with you at FTX, but I look, I don't know him, so let me just check if he actually is.
Cool, I appreciate it, bro. And yeah, so Sean, we've got a team we're getting hundreds of messages every few minutes, so we have a team checking everything, trying to validate things. It's just we're not able to get through everything. But I'll give, while Anon, you confirm whether he did work at FTX, so it'd be good to check. Sphinx and Rob, I'll let them ask the questions.
Literally, give me 2 minutes. Like,
yeah, sure, bro. No problem. Yeah. I'll let you check that. Sphinx, Rob, go ahead.
120 seconds counting down.
Go ahead, Sphinx.
Hi, everyone. Wanted to say a couple of things. First of all, just regarding the whole FTX, well, banks do this all the time too. So I don't think this is an apples and apples comparison. I don't think you can compare FTX misappropriating client assets to what banks do. Banks don't do this in secret, okay? They don't do this. Also, banks, your accounts are FDIC insured. Now, yes, only up to $250,000 per joint account holder, but at the same time, I know that, and I can disperse my wealth across many different banks, and as many as I want, so that I can have as much insurance as I want. When this is done secretly, as it was with FTX, and clients don't know this, that their assets are being used, they're being misappropriated, it's just apples and oranges. And I wanted to say something else, because yesterday I mentioned that FTX is the Lehman Brothers of crypto. And then we were also talking about, later on I tuned in, people were talking about bailout. So some of you guys know I used to be a banker at Goldman. I talked to a few friends today, and people have reached out to the high execs at Goldman and other banks to see if this will, to find out what their exposure to FTX is, and to see if FTX's collapse is actually going to affect the banking system. So I just want to say FTX is not too big to fail, but if we're now seeing if it starts to affect the banking system, then that's a different story. That's all for now. Thank you.
I appreciate you sharing this. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, no, I want to underscore, what she said. She's exactly right. There's an enormous difference between an FDIC insured bank. But going back to the valuation conversation, that's also an impossible task. If you're the lender, how are you going to value a shitcoin? It's not a claim to the equity or the debt or the IP or any assets. It is a completely off balance sheet fabrication. It is there to really just capture capital it has no correlation whatsoever with the operating business, none at all. So how do you value that? You can't, right? So the question probably isn't how do you push these loans out and how do you value them? It's just why do you write them to begin with is probably the better question. And it's probably criminally stupid to write a loan against the shitcoin.
I think I would agree with you on most, probably 98% of the coins out there, but there are some altcoins that have actual utility and intrinsic value, right? Like that they're actually used for the case in which they're supposed to be used.
Right. Accepting the use of gas, right?
Huh?
I said accepting the use of gas, correct? Is that what you're going to say as
I know that DAOs have a long way to go, but also voting. And I do believe that in the future, like things like that will actually, even like Cult DAO, for example, works for not like really well, and that's actually doing what it's supposed to be doing. It's fully autonomous DAO. So there are tokens out, and actually it couldn't even run without the token, right? The token is the utility for it. So there are. The problem is it just people start Web 2 companies and call it Web 3 and slap a token on it and go to market, and then people invest in that, and that's the problem, right? There literally are, and if I